Coming up, we're live from FNX studios in San Bernardino. Polls have closed on the East Coast while voters here in the West are still casting their ballots. Stay with us for live results and analysis next on Native Vote 2024 Election Night.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
Good evening and welcome to Native Vote 2024. I'm Antonia Gonzales.
And I'm Sean Griswold.
Tonight, we're your guides through this historic night, from early results in key states to the stories impacting our communities. Our correspondents across the country are on the ground with live updates.
Our team is ready, bringing you insights from coast to coast. In Arizona, Shirley Snavy covers the Jonathan Nez campaign. In Kansas, Rhonda Lavaldo follows Representative Sharice David's race, while Colby Kingwoman is in Montana tracking Senator John Tester.
Later, Jocelyn Estes reports from Alaska on Mary Peltola's campaign, and Holly Cook-Macaro brings us inside a Democratic watch party in Minnesota.
And we'll hear from our panel of experts who are ready to break down what these results mean for you.
But first, we're already seeing results come in from the East Coast as polls have closed in many key battleground states. Let's head over to our results center where our own Jordan Bennett-Begay and Caden Mills will be following the numbers and trends all night. Jordan, what are you seeing so far?
Hey, Antonia. So here's what we know so far. There's a dead heat in North Carolina between Harris and Trump. And so far it's leaning red with 38% of the ballots in. And North Carolina is a battleground state, home to two tribes, Lumbee Tribe and Eastern Band of Cherokee. And in Georgia, Trump is leading, but the Atlanta district, their results haven't come in yet. And right there, 65% of the ballots have been counted. And in Pennsylvania, when you move up north, early numbers are showing Harris at 13% of the ballots in. But as everybody is saying, it's still too early to know the results up there. So we'll keep an eye on Pennsylvania through the night. And also in the state, voting has been extended to 10 p.m. Eastern time in certain counties around the Pennsylvania. And that's because some polls have opened late and there have been some software issues happening. And so far, 1.8 million mail-in ballots have been received in Pennsylvania so far. But throughout the day, ICT, it's a digital team, has been tracking issues at the ballot box. For one, 5 states have officially declared that tribal IDs won't be accepted. And those states are Ohio, Florida, Texas, South Carolina, and West Virginia. And even in other places, Native voters are having problems using their tribal IDs. And another issue I know we've been tracking all day is in Arizona. We just found out that the Navajo Nation filed a lawsuit against Apache County, and Navajo Nation is seeking an emergency extension by 2 hours due to technical difficulties impacting voting on the Navajo Nation. But for viewers out there, I wanted to kind of set up the stage for the night of the races that we'll be watching. So far in this general election, Native voters will be seeing 178 Indigenous candidates on this ballot today, and those candidates are represented in 24 states and 67 Indigenous nations. And we'll have more for you in the next hour.
Hey, thank you, Jordan. Now let's turn to Wisconsin and Michigan, two states where the Native vote could make a big difference. Early votes are already coming in, and Indigenous communities are making sure they're heard. Here's ICT's Caden Mills with a look at the impact of Native voting in these key states and how organizers are tackling local challenges.
The Great Lakes region is a crucial spot for both presidential candidates. In Michigan and Wisconsin, tribal voters could tip the scales this election for either Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. That's why organizers are hard at work ensuring that Native voters have the information they need to ensure their vote is counted in these vital swing states.
When our communities come out and vote, that counts, because elections are a snapshot of our political power, our voice on the ground.
Judith LeBlanc, Executive Director for Native Organizers Alliance, has long been focused on empowering Native voters, including those in the Great Lakes region. The Alliance began in 2010, initially to rally support for healthcare reform under President Obama. LeBlanc led efforts to mobilize Native communities in support of the Affordable Care Act and push for greater funding for Indian health services. Now, in 2024, the goal is to demonstrate how Native voters directly impact the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency.
In this political moment, when we do have the Electoral College, there are 7 states in which the Native vote is the swing vote, influencing 77 electoral votes. And because of the political climate we're in, the Native vote has taken on such political significance because the margins are always very narrow.
In 2 of those states, the numbers speak for themselves. With 12 tribes in Michigan and 11 in Wisconsin, the Native population, combined with the margin of error in polls and close results in 2016 and 2020, are enough to make a clear impact on the final outcome. While census numbers do include some undercounting, 2020 data shows 242,000 Native people in Michigan and another 147,000 in Wisconsin.
Representation is critical, but it's not a destination. Representation is not a destination, but it allows for us to organize and to have people on the other side of the table who understand our realities and who will pay attention to what our communities need.
While the majority of Native voters in the state live in urban areas, Maria Haskins, an organizer with Wisconsin Native Vote, says some barriers still exist for rural voters.
And then we're also looking to, work through those systemic barriers that are preventing people from getting to the polls. Some of them we found that their addresses aren't being found in the database that people are registering. Right now, we're working with Native American Rights Fund to figure out how we can do that because our communities are so rural. So people aren't able to use like the fire numbers for their addresses because it's not like in a city, right? So that's causing issues.
To address these challenges, Wisconsin Native Vote is working with the Native American Rights Fund, or NARF, to combat misinformation and ensure people know the law for how to vote. In states like Michigan and Wisconsin, which have voter ID requirements, these 2 groups are making sure Native voters know their tribal ID is accepted at the polls. Getting this kind of critical information out is a top priority for these organizations.
We want people to know their rights. We want people to know where their polls are, make sure that they have access to them, make sure that they're registered, and making sure that people are being allowed to vote. And then we're also looking to, work through those systemic barriers that are preventing people from getting to the polls.
Understanding the differences in each state is key. In Wisconsin, for example, tribal IDs that expired after the 2022 election are still accepted. And in Michigan, if a tribal ID doesn't include a photo, you'll have to sign an affidavit to be allowed to vote. And while Native voters can use other forms of ID at the polls, making sure they know these specifics can make all the difference on Election Day.
But the truth is that if voting was not valuable, why do they spend so much time trying to take our right to vote away? Why?
Chimigwech. For ICT, I'm Caden Mills.
We're going to take our focus on swing states over to North Carolina. Crystal Cavalier is the founder of 7 Directions of Service, a nonprofit organization Native voters in the Tar Heel State. Hi, Crystal. Your view from the Hello, welcome. Your view from the campaign trail shows stark differences in how Harris and Trump appealed to Native voters to win North Carolina's 16 electoral votes. Can you explain some of those differences to us?
Sure, I sure can. So you have to look back in the 2020 election, former President Donald Trump, he secured a strong majority in Robeson County, home to a significant Lumbee population. He also flipped Scotland County from Democrat to Republican. So we're going to be watching that closely tonight. Trump's campaign promises included federal recognition for the Lumbee tribe. It played a huge role in garnering support. And also, he was also doing that this year, as well as Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris was also coming to North Carolina and talking to the Lumbee community, as well as trying to help push this federal recognition. Both candidates have expressed support, and this bipartisan attention underscores the strategic importance of American Indian voters in the state of North Carolina.
And Crystal, this is the first year that tribal IDs were allowed at the polls in North Carolina. Did you see any issues with that process?
I haven't seen any issues with this process. We actually worked with Red Hawks Education Council in a Get Out to Vote with Native Organizers Alliance. And so far, we haven't heard of any issues using tribal IDs, which was really exciting because this year I was able to use my tribal ID when I voted today. So it went over pretty smooth, but I want to say that what we did here was in September 2024, the State Board of Election removed 750,000 people from the Board of Elections, and we have heard that some American Indians were removed from that.
And you had mentioned the Lumbee tribe. Can you describe a little bit how Native voters had an impact on the race?
Yes, so you kind of have to look back. It was when Hurricane Michael came through a few years ago. President Trump at the time, when he was running for the campaign, he promised and he sent a lot of resources to the Lumbee community, and it kind of swayed them and they changed from Democrat to Republican. And so that is what we were using to tell the Democratic Party about, this is what you need to do to get involved in your community. And so we hope that the Democratic Party actually took that. So again, it's a big sway. It's too close to call right now. Some of the precincts are only, I think it was 15% that only reported the last time I looked. So it's real close right now in North Carolina.
And real quickly, what do you think that Democrats need to do to outreach to Native voters?
I will say that Democrats really need to start working early. So when this election is over, we really need to start organizing our communities. So that means more community outreach, more get out to vote, education about the issues in the state. So we need to really start before 6 months before the election.
All right, Crystal. Well, thank you for checking in with us from North Carolina.
Thank you.
And joining me now to talk more about the impact of early voting and possible trends is ICT's political correspondent, Polly Danette-Claw, regular contributor, Michael Stopp, and president of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, Chris James. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Well, Polly, let me start with you. How many people have voted so far in swing states?
So there have already been over 80 million early voters who have cast their ballots. And in Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Montana, and Michigan, over half of the registered voters have already cast their ballots by early voting. And we see lower numbers in Wisconsin, where only a quarter of registered voters have cast their ballots, and in Pennsylvania, just a fifth have cast their ballots.
And Chris, can you share a little bit about the importance of early voting for tribal communities across the country?
Yeah, absolutely. The early voting is so important. It's one of the things that both campaigns are really focused on, really looking at that early voting, getting folks in early, especially around the women vote, is very important, and it's very important for our Native communities.
And Michael, anything to add to that about the importance of early voting for tribal communities?
Absolutely. Well, we're seeing a trend all across voting demographics, not just amongst the Natives. The COVID experience in 2020 and even into 2020 is changing the way people vote. You know, previously it has been Republicans that show up on election day in larger numbers than Democrats, but we're starting to see that trend change and seeing more Republicans do early voting. So it'll be interesting to see how that impacts. There has been a push amongst Republicans to start having Republicans vote earlier. Whether that affects the outcome, we don't know yet. And like I said, COVID has affected everything, including the way we vote.
And can you expand a little bit on, you know, why that effort in the Republican Party for the early voting has happened this year?
Well, in a lot of ways, it shows a trend. We've seen that how voting turnout from early votes affects the race overall. And so the thought process there is that if we have more early voting, we'll have a better understanding and have a better chance at winning certain races. I don't necessarily see that correlation is causation. I don't know that it increases voting or makes people change the way they vote. It's just a matter of how they vote. And like I said, I think that has more to do with the COVID environment and how we changed how we voted in 2020 than really how it's going to affect the election overall.
And I did just want to talk a little bit about some of the information that I've gotten from Native voting organizations, which is that Native voters need a plethora of ways to engage in voting. And so early voting is part of the toolbox, if you will, of getting civic participation of Native people. And so early voting, having the ability to have early voting locations on tribal lands is really important. The other aspect is having a place for people to register to vote. And so even the process of registering to vote for some Native voters is a lengthy process. And I've talked before about how I myself have to drive over an hour just to early vote. And so that's there and back, so it's 2 hours round trip. And so having early voting offers a lot of Native folks the opportunity to be able to cast their ballots.
And obviously it's important for early voting because Election Day is in the middle of the week. And with working families, with children, they're going to have a harder time showing up on Tuesdays. We know that. A lot of states have laws that allow working people to take time off paid, but having that early voting option allows certain groups to show up that have a harder time. Having this drive, as Polly talks about, certainly is easier to do it at your own time versus a specific time on a Tuesday.
And Chris, they shared a little bit of some of the challenges. Are there other challenges that you see when it comes to tribal communities voting?
I think the locality is definitely a voting. I also think making sure everyone has the right ID. I know that we just saw something earlier about certain states are not allowing the use of tribal ID. So I think that can be an issue. And I do think that at least 20, I know we're talking about early voting, but there is also 23 states also have same-day voting. So I mean, I think we will see a trend in this election that a lot of folks maybe are a little, you know, they're ready to register on that day, and especially like areas like some of our battleground states like Wisconsin.
Nevada is also one of those states where you can now register to vote on the same day. And Nevada is a great example of what Native voting organizations can really do to engage Native voters. I talked with folks from the state and also from Native voting organizations about what they're doing, and it's really incredible the work that they're doing to engage voters.
And Michael, can you expand on that, on some of the engagement you've seen to help, you know, get Native people to either vote early or just to go vote on Election Day?
Well, I think we're seeing a lot of engagement everywhere. I don't know if you've spent any time in the battleground states, but right now those folks are getting inundated. I actually think that affects early voting as well. Not just in the Native areas, but everywhere. People, in a lot of ways, want to get this over with. they're getting just hammered with messaging. The amount of money that is spent on messaging on this election is record levels. And some people are just like, let's do this, let's get it over with. I'm going to cast my vote and put it to bed, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And I think that's raising our early voting numbers quite a bit, actually.
And anything to add to that, Chris?
Well, I agree, and I do think, what we're seeing right now with all the polls, this is very early in the election. Things are trending as expected. Presidential-wise, we are seeing definitely in rural areas are going more Trump, but also in urban areas are going more Harris. I will say, though, that enthusiasm and excitement oftentimes plays a key role, and I do see that the Harris campaign really has a lot of enthusiasm and excitement and focus on that demographic of 18 to 29, so really focusing on that demographic, too, to get folks out and vote.
And Michael, anything to add about the Trump administration reaching out to younger voters?
Well, they do have efforts to do that. The question is whether or not we see any benefit from it. It has been traditionally a very difficult demographic to get up to show at the polls. I think that's going to be a big player, and to see how this election turns out actually is what that demographic does. Are they going to show up to vote? Are they just going to talk? Obviously, the Trump campaign has been working specifically to engage young men at that level who are notoriously difficult to get to vote before their 30s. I think the economy is going to play a big role in that. A lot of them are coming out of college, coming out of high school, and finding themselves in a place where their expenses are much higher than they expected, and they're going to start paying attention. So I think we're going to see a higher turnout in that rate.
And Polly, go ahead with your reporting with younger people. Share a little bit about the Get Out the Native Vote efforts.
Yeah, so the Get Out the Native Vote efforts, especially for young voters, has been so incredible to witness and to watch. I have talked with a lot of young people in DC who have even started their own voting organizations and civic engagement organizations to really reach younger voters. And we see that in Arizona with Ian Teller. And so you'll learn a little bit more about him later, but he is out there trying to engage voters, and especially he even had a video recently on social media directly talking to other young men. And so getting them out to the polls and talking about the importance of voting and why it's important to have your vote cast. And so it's been really great to see the work that organizations have been doing across the country, whether it's Western Native Vote, New Mexico Native Vote, Arizona Native Vote, really having an emphasis on younger voters and engaging them through social media. And again, we'll see how that translates to the polls because, as we all know, it is a challenging group to engage.
And Chris, what do you think some of the lessons this year will, lead on to following election years when it comes to early voting?
Yeah, one thing I think, one emphasis that my insiders from the Harris campaign are saying, late deciders. Those are people that are deciding over the next, 2 weeks, this late, they haven't made the, you would think at this point people would have already made the decision, but there are a good number of people that are late deciding. They're watching things going on right now, and that Harris has this group winning 42 to 32 in points wise. So that's a big thing that folks are really paying attention this election that may not have been as big as of a factor in other elections.
And anything, Michael, to add from the Trump campaign?
Well, I would agree that those last-minute decision makers, and we saw a CNN poll earlier today that shows that about in the last 2 weeks, we're seeing about 6 to 10% are waiting to the end to make that decision from exit polling, which is kind of surprising for those of us who've been doing this for a very long time. Like, you haven't made up your mind yet? The question is, are these closing arguments going to make a difference? And I think that's a challenge that the Harris campaign has more than the Trump campaign. A lot of the messaging from the Harris campaign has mostly been about Donald Trump himself and not about policy. You saw a minor shift in that in the Harris campaign, really starting to talk about policy issues. I will give credit to them for bringing out Mark Cuban last week into Nevada, who made a fantastic pitch for Harris and actually switched some people to the other side. Personally, I think it's going to be too little too late. A lot of the things have already been put into people's calculation about who Trump is, and the question comes back to what Jim Carville said in 1992, it's the economy, stupid. Are we answering those questions? And quite frankly, the Trump campaign has been better at that than the Harris campaign.
And I just want to say that it's so important to note that folks who are in the middle are definitely the folks who are going to decide the election, because the margins are so razor thin that folks who have not decided who they're voting for are definitely going to have a big impact on the election. Whereas places, where we normally see Florida, California, where we know where voters are more than likely going to vote, it's those folks in the middle that really decide elections now. And so it's important to note that every vote does matter.
And Polly, what are you going to be following next?
Yeah, so I am definitely going to keep following the trends that are happening and making sure and seeing how Native voters are voting. We're seeing long lines in Apache County. There have been issues already happening with Native folks there being able to cast their ballots, and we know that the Navajo vote in that area is so important. And so I'm going to continue to watch that as the night progresses.
Well, thank you all for joining us, and I look forward to checking in with you throughout the night.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
And we are now going to go and check in with our results center.
Hi, yes, thank you, Antonia. So I just want to give a brief update on our electoral vote tally. So currently Kamala Harris has 99 electoral votes. Trump is leading with 177. We are also looking at several races that have already been called. Oklahoma and Florida, for example, have already been called for the former president. And we're watching races in Georgia, where Trump currently has a slim lead, and in Pennsylvania, where Harris is leading. Also in Oklahoma, we're looking at several House races. We have Tom Cole, Republican. He is the longest serving Native American in Congress. He won his race for re-election. Josh Brakeen also won his race for re-election. He is another Republican. We're also tracking two Democrats in Oklahoma, both of them who are trailing behind their opponents, and they are Dennis Baker and Madison Horn. And Sharice Davids in Kansas is also leading her opponent by about 14 points.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaden. And we'll be right back with more on Native Vote. Stay with us.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
We head now to Arizona, a state where the native vote could be a game changer.
From key races to critical ballot measures, all eyes are on this swing state tonight. Shirley Snavy is in Arizona at the Jonathan Nez campaign watch party. Shirley, what's the latest on the ground out there?
Well, place is starting to fill up with supporters of Jonathan Nez. We're in the Orpheum Theater, the historic Orpheum Theater, and as you can see, we're watching the results come in. And we're pretty excited to be here, and the crowd is super excited for a possible win. If Nez wins this race, he will be the first Native American representative to go to Congress from the state of Arizona. There are 14 tribes of the 22 tribes in his district. It's largely rural, and a lot of people have concerns about the environment and water. And we really are pleased to be here with a number of supporters of Harris and Walz as well. And Ruben Gallego is someone that they're also cheering for here. Jonathan Nez has yet to make an appearance here, but there are plenty of supporters that are lining up and queuing up, the pizzas in the air. And a lot of people are finding their way into the seats. And behind me, there's quite a few people there. You know, last month, I had the privilege of interviewing Jonathan Nez with Caden as well. And we asked him about what this race means to him in the state of Arizona, and that he would be the first. Now, Jonathan Nez comes in as an experienced politician. You'll recall that he was president of the Navajo Nation for 2 terms and had to work across party lines under the Trump administration to get things done. But he's part of the Democratic ticket, and we're happy that he's here, and he should be showing up pretty soon. The results are still trickling in, and we have not heard any updates from the state of Arizona yet, but we'll keep you informed as the night goes on. And so with me is Daniel Herrera, and we're really happy to have him here in Flagstaff, Arizona. And the people are really excited here, and the issues are really important. We stopped by the polls earlier today and talked with a number of people. But now I want to show you the interview that I did with President Nez just at the end of at the beginning of October. So take a look, and hope you enjoy this.
Are you ready to put the first Indigenous person in the halls of Congress representing each and every one?
Former Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez wants to be the first Native American U.S. representative for Arizona. He's running against Republican incumbent Eli Crane.
Say that there's a historic element to our race. Right now, we have seen an enormous amount of new registered voters in the tribal communities. This district is over 60% of the state of Arizona. It's larger than the state of Pennsylvania, 58,000 square miles, very rural. Out of the 22 tribes, 14 are in this district. And as I travel the rural and the tribal communities, there's a lot of interest in our race, especially in the tribal communities. So I think we're going to have record amount of turnout, or registered voters, I should say, and a record amount of turnout come this election. And it's not going to only help me, it's going to help up and down the ballot as well.
Jordan James Harville is the program director for Advanced Native Political Leadership. It's an organization that recruits and supports Natives running for public office.
This is really important. One is that Arizona has been underinvested in for a really long time. It's gotten a lot of attention in recent years because it flipped for President Biden in the last election. But it's really faced a lot of underinvestment in Indian country. And I think that Nez's candidacy is a bellwether for the type of investment that will be coming forward in the future. I also think that as a state, Arizona is home to some of the longest legacies of voter suppression against Native peoples historically. And so it's a big deal to have our first person who may make it across the finish line and join our other members in Congress.
I know that there's a slogan out there saying that we're not going back, but let me just say that it was pretty nice back in the day when Republicans and independents and Democrats worked together. And maybe we need to go back to working together and push back this extremism, this division. And I think this is a very important election that we need to be engaged in to make sure that our future is bright and democracy is protected, not just for us now, but as we say in Indian country, 7 generations and beyond. I have a record of working together. Of course, the 18 plus years we brought in funds for expanding water and electricity in our communities. 30 to 40% of our Navajo people don't have running water. Broadband telecommunication expansion. Those are things that are important to everyone and to our future. And that's how we're bridging the gap. We're bringing people together because we need to talk about the issues that are important to us. In rural Arizona, non-native communities, they want broadband telecommunication too. They want better roads. They want clean drinking water for communities that are growing. And that's what we will continue to do.
The region for District 2 has changed.
After redistricting post-2020, what we saw is that the district got significant geographies added to it that shifted it. It diluted the native voting population and it shifted it pretty far to the right. And so it's across the political spectrum. I think folks are naming this as a pretty solidly red district. I think there's a deeper story to tell about what that looks like, though. And so I think that for the purposes of this race, I think Jonathan Nez is going to have a really uphill battle, and he's going to need to invest really deeply in Indian country to make sure that he has a pathway to victory.
My opponent was handpicked by former President Trump to run for office 2 years ago because of the gerrymandering and the redistricting that occurred here. And it moved a little bit to the Republican side.
District 2 residents voice concerns about the land and the environment.
Of course, tribes have advocated to protect federal lands from exploitation of their natural resources. On Navajo, we have over 500 open uranium mines today, and they need to be cleaned up. The federal government has a responsibility to do that, and no wonder we have high rates of cancer in our community. But tribal sovereignty is the ability to govern yourself. I mean, that's the textbook law definition, but there's more to it. It goes to the individual level. We call it inherent sovereignty, whereas the person, the individual, has the ability to make their own choices with their family and with the creator in mind, right? That's inherent sovereignty. Now, we delegate some of our sovereignty to leaders through a vote, and they speak on our behalf. But inherent sovereignty is in the household. So no elected official should tell us what to do, or to do with our bodies, or to be with whomever we want to be. It's the decision of the individual, their family, and their creator. See, there's a lot of debate going on about, abortion or marriages, but that's a personal decision. And yes, I have a belief. I believe in certain things, but I'm not going to press my personal belief on someone else. It's up to them, and they should be able to make the decisions for themselves and for their family.
Redistricting is the context that he's walking into, that it is a heavily leans or solidly red district at this point. But that's not the full story of this district. There's 129,000 unregistered Native voters or unregistered voters in the district. Large section of that is Native voters. These are structural challenges that have to be addressed in the long term. And a year and a half ago, when Jonathan Nez launched his campaign, he did it with that in mind, is that Native voters actually could be still the deciding factor in this election if there was the proper investment made in this district. I think that the leans or deeply Republican ratings don't have to be reality. They're reflective of likely voters at this moment, but bringing in infrequent voters, bringing in folks who have never been registered before is a powerful pathway to victory that he can really invest in.
For ICT, from the homelands of the 14 tribes in Arizona's District 2, I'm Shirley Snavy.
All right, now let's check in with our correspondents across the country for the latest in their areas. We'll start with Colby Kicking Woman in Montana. Colby, what are you seeing out there?
Hello, we are coming to you live from Great Falls, Montana, where the John Tester Campaign Watch Party will be getting underway in the next hour. John Tester, first elected in 2006, is seeking a fourth term and has been locked in a tight contest with Republican challenger Tim Sheehy. Tester is no stranger to close races. In 2018, he won his re-election by less than 18,000 votes over then challenger Matt Rosendale. The native vote turnout could prove to be critical, as some recent polls have shown Sheehy with a small lead and others showing a toss-up. Earlier this year, the Montana Democratic Party announced a coordinated campaign entitled Big Sky Victory, aimed at re-electing Tester and other Democrats on the ballot. The efforts included a seven-figure investment in native organizing efforts. In recent days, Tester made last-minute campaign stops, including one with Kansas Congresswoman Sharice Davids and another with actress Lily Gladstone. His opponent, Tim Sheehy, is a political newcomer. Sheehy is a former United States Navy SEAL and businessman who founded an aerial firefighting and wildfire management company based out of Belgrade, Montana. Sheehy faced backlash after audio was made public of the Republican candidate making racist and derogatory remarks about the Crow Reservation. Tribal leaders throughout the state quickly condemned the comments, as well as the Democratic members of the Montana American Indian Caucus. During a debate between the two men, Tester called for Sheehy to apologize, and while Sheehy did not offer an apology, he did take accountability for the comments. Sheehy does not have a Native American platform on his campaign website, but during the debate cited healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety as issues he sees critical facing Indian country. Tester, on the other hand, has served on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs since first arriving in Washington, D.C. in 2007. He has said it's important for the United States government to live up to trusts and treaty responsibilities, and is often quoted as saying is, "We need to let Native Americans ride the bus when it comes to issues facing tribal communities." There are a lot of eyes on this Senate race, as a Sheehy victory could shift the balance of power to Republicans in the upper chamber of Congress. Beyond the Senate race, there are 9 Native candidates running for election in the Montana State Legislature, and 1 Native candidate vying to become clerk of the state Supreme Court. Additionally, there are 3 ballot initiatives for Montana voters to consider. Constitutional Initiative 126 would switch most Montana elections to a combined multi-party primary, with the top 4 candidates advancing to the general election. Constitutional Initiative 127 would require some form of a runoff election if no general election candidate won the outright majority of the vote. And lastly, Constitutional Initiative 128 would have the explicit right to an abortion to the Montana Constitution. Despite inclement weather in the state, organizers work through snow and wind to help get voters to their polling locations on many reservations in Montana. In Browning, for example, home at the Blackfeet Reservation, a picture was posted to social media showing a pink stretch Hummer limo giving individuals rides to the polls. Talk about arriving in style. Polls in Montana close here soon at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, and we'll be looking into results as they come in. We look forward to giving you guys updates. Back to you in the studio.
Okay. Now over to Kansas now, where Rhonda Lavaldo is tracking Representative Sharice Davids' campaign. What's the latest from Kansas, Rhonda?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, we're still waiting for returns, but there was a big cheer as people saw that Kamala Harris was in the lead here in Kansas and Missouri. So people are pretty excited here at the Sharice Davids election night party.
Hey, all right, that's really great to hear now. So can you talk about sort of what else you're seeing out there and what is going on in Kansas? What's the vibe looking like?
Well, it's pretty wild that we're seeing that there's a lot of, right now the returns are showing that Kamala is in the lead. We haven't heard anything on Sharice yet. I know there was over 200,000 votes, advanced votes that were done in Johnson County, which is half the county that Sharice Davids is part of her district. And so in 2022, they redistricted her district, and so they moved it halfway through a lot of the counties that had Native American voters, and then lowered it into counties that were very rural. So I think people are still positive that she's going to carry it. We just heard from Laura Kelly, the Kansas governor. So everyone's pretty positive out here.
Thank you so very much for that update. I'm sure we'll catch up with you more later in the evening. And now we're going to go to Minnesota, where Holly Cook-Macaro is joining us live from a Democratic watch party. Holly, what's the mood like there tonight?
The room is filling up quickly here in Minnesota. I'm at the Minnesota DFL watch party, which to the rest of the country is the Democratic watch party. So we're expecting Lieutenant Governor Flanagan to speak in the next hour, but there's a ton of excitement, obviously, with Governor Walz being this year's vice presidential nominee. We've got a ton of national press. A lot of the Minnesota State Democratic Party is just full of energy and so excited to see these returns come in. We've also got a U.S. Senate race here with Amy Klobuchar is up for re-election, but really expected to coast to a very easy win there. A number, obviously, all of our congressional seats are up, and a number of very close House races, which will really inform how the state is governed under what we hope will be the first Native American woman lieutenant governor in the country, with Peggy Flanagan. Sorry, I think we lost you there, but with Peggy Flanagan potentially stepping up as the governor. So really a lot of excitement in this room as returns start to come in. We're watching from all over the country, but really keeping an eye on the presidential race because of the local impacts here in Minnesota.
You know, Holly, it's very interesting to understand the significance of representation plays so much significantly in Minnesota. Can you just talk about how that is reflected in the room and just overall in the campaign where you've been at?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, yes. You know, we were talking just about representation and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan being Native American and the significance of that. Can you just describe how that is impacted in that room and how the crowd and the mood is sort of, you know, shifting and responding to the effort of representation in that room?
Absolutely. There's a ton of excitement, a lot of recognition of the fact that if Governor Walz is elected as vice president, then that Peggy will make history and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan will make history as America's first Native American woman elected governor. And so a lot of appreciation. I've been talking to a lot of state party officials, other elected officials over the past couple of days here, as I've spent time, you know, as the election ends. Just a huge recognition and a deep sense of pride in Minnesota for the potential rise of the lieutenant governor. And also, I think because of, you know, Minnesota's just really rich history and with the 11 tribes in Minnesota and really the kind of relationship they've had with Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan over the past 6 years, then it has really, I think, you know, raised the profile of what state to state, government to government relationship can be, and also just the excitement level with that representation is, I would say, sky high tonight.
Awesome. Holly, thank you so very much. I really do appreciate you sharing with us. Of course, you're at the epicenter of so much excitement. We'll be hearing from you more later tonight. And I want to thank all of our panelists and correspondents from joining us there. But we are going to jump here back with our panel of experts here. We got Mark Trahant, Chris James, and Michael Stopp. So we did just hear from our correspondents across the country about how the different Native races are shaping up. But I'm going to start with you, Mark. What, in your opinion, is driving people to the polls tonight?
Well, really, so far it's demographics. It's people voting the way they voted in patterns before this election, the last election before that. It'll be interesting to see whether that holds through the night or whether you start to see surprises from issues like reproductive freedom or abortion or the economy and driving differences.
You know, we talked about a term called the blue wall, and Chris, I want you to help explain that for some of our viewers who may not even know what that is, but we're back to something kind of typical. Can you remind us and tell us about the blue wall this year and what does it mean for this race?
Yeah, absolutely. The blue wall is Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and those are key areas that have historically voted together. They've all voted for the same candidate since 1980. There was maybe in 1988 a little bit of Wisconsin voted a little bit off, but those states tend to vote the same, and it's pretty important for this election.
And Michael, for former President Trump, it's been pretty essential for his campaign to break that wall. What have you seen so far tonight in terms of how he's broken through and gained any votes in those states?
Well, I don't know that we've seen it yet tonight, but we've seen it over the last few months. Certainly when you start talking about union jobs and union members, there is a disconnect more than there has been historically between union leadership and union membership. And the union membership is by far in greater support of Donald Trump than you would see in the past for a Republican candidate. I think that shows some real trouble that we're going to see for the Democrats in those blue wall states, because the union members are going to vote. They outnumber the union leadership. I think some of the things that we've seen over the past few months, especially union members willing to go on strike in the middle of a presidential campaign, shows a lot that they're fed up with what's going on and they want to see change. I think one of the things that Joe Biden brought to the table that Kamala Harris has yet to meet is that connection to union membership. Because Donald Trump is a populist, they tend to go his direction, and I think that's going to be the real challenge in this blue wall states.
You know, thinking about Native issues specifically, Mark, I want to ask you this, because this election cycle and on the campaign trail, we heard the term sovereignty, government-to-government relationships, topics that we as Native people talk about regularly but are now becoming mainstream political pitches. Can you talk about sort of the evolution of these terms and these issues that are now present?
Sure. I remember one of the first presidential visits I was covering it was when Jesse Jackson came to the Navajo Nation. And he had the entire Navajo Council signed, jumping and going, I am somebody. Since then, it's been sporadic. Barack Obama made a trip to Crow Agency. And it really hasn't got the same attention until this cycle, that even with Joe Biden, he didn't do that. And this time it's up to a whole different level. And I think it'll be interesting to see whether or not that conversation, I mean, really both campaigns have their own version of sovereignty. With the Trump campaign, the sovereignty discussion is primarily around extractive industries, coal, I mean, Crow Agency would again, places like that. Whereas it's a much broader term with the Harris.
Yeah, and we saw something from Hawley, but before we get there, I do want to ask you to what Mark had to say, Michael, here. How does the Republican Party and the Trump campaign, how does it leverage the messaging of sovereignty to pitch to Native people?
Well, I think the most outspoken person there is Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who talks about sovereignty in a way that it is up to the tribes to make their decisions. And we talk about that specifically when you talk about doing major projects, including energy projects, that there's so much paternalism in the process for tribes to act. They have to go through so many more hoops than a private citizen would have to do or a business would have to do to extract minerals or even to do much of any economic development than you would find anywhere else. So sovereignty is really the tribe's ability to make their own decisions without having to go to the federal government for permission.
And Chris, I want to bring it back to where the most obvious instance of potentially opportunities for Native representation in the federal government, and that's where we were just with Hawley in Minnesota. Lieutenant Governor Flanagan could become the first Native American female governor in the country, but also has a direct line to the White House if Harris and Walz win, because her governor will be the vice president. What could that mean for Native country to have on speed dial the White House?
I think it's really important. And I had the honor to work in the Obama administration and work on the Biden-Harris transition team. So having that representation is so important. Every agency in the federal government almost has a representative for that agencies from like an Office of Native American Affairs. I feel like the Harris administration is going to increase this. Of course, we have the Secretary of Interior who has done some amazing things in her office. So I think having that direct line is very important. I will say though, the Trump administration also had a number of representatives as well. They did not do the White House Tribal Nations Summit, but both Harris and Obama did do this White House Tribal Nations Summit.
And I think it's been essential when hearing from any Native advocacy group or any Native leadership who are elected for tribal officials, they always mention they have to work with whomever's the administration, whomever's in office. Mark, I want to understand from your perspective, the issues that will help Native people reach their fullest potential of sovereignty. What are the issues that any administration is going to have to work on in the first 100 days?
Well, I think one that might require some rethinking is how many tribes endorsed in this cycle, and if there's a price to pay for that, or if there's a benefit for that. And just the political calculation that tribes made when they jumped in early in the political process.
I'm curious about your thoughts on that, Michael. Do you have any thoughts on tribal leaders, supporting candidates and political candidates?
Absolutely do. I think it's the mistake. I think it's a poor decision on their part because you're going to find, as we see in North Carolina, as we see in Oklahoma, the Native vote is not a solid block. You have both conservatives and liberals within the Native vote. In Oklahoma especially, we see a lot more conservatives. We just had 2 Native Americans reelected to Congress tonight, Tom Cole and my Representative Josh Burkeen. Josh Burkeen's a member of the Freedom Caucus, super conservative. Tom Cole is a leader in the Republican Party in the House. Those are conservative members. So I think it's important that when tribal leaders choose to endorse, they need to remember that they're representing what is important to the tribe and not necessarily their personal issues when it comes to things that are not tribal specific. And I think it's very important that we take that we have that voice and draw that distinction between what are significantly tribal issues versus issues at large, because the tribal leaders need to educate a lot of these elected leaders on what the tribal issues are, and they're so different compared to other parts of the population.
We do have to cut here, Chris, quickly. Do you want to say if this transparency of tribal officials, endorsing candidates, does that hurt or harm them?
I think it could go either way. I mean, I'm a little bit on the fence there. I definitely think that if it goes the way that the tribal leader endorses, it definitely can make a difference when you're inside, when the elected official wins and you're inside the White House.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. We appreciate the panelists here. And that wraps up our first hour of Native Vote 2024. We've seen some early results. We're actually going to go back to our results center and talk to Jordan and see what updates we have from there. So let's go to Jordan.
Hi, thanks, Sean. We do have a few updates. So, earlier we talked about how Navajo Nation filed a lawsuit to extend the hours in Apache County, and we found out that a judge has ordered polling places to remain open 2 extra hours in 10 precincts in Apache County. And this decision was made 11 minutes before the polls were scheduled to close. But the judge did decline to extend the hours at all the polling places in the county. And also in Pennsylvania, Harris leads, but the race is still very close, so we're going to keep an eye on that state. North Carolina, it's also a tight state there, but with Trump leads Harris right now. And Wisconsin, it's also very tight with Harris leading. And then in Oklahoma, we did find out that Madison Horn, a Democrat who is running for the U.S. House, was unsuccessful in her race, with AP just calling that a few minutes ago. And we'll still continue to watch Dennis Baker, who is running for Congress for Oklahoma.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much for that quick update from Navajo. And that is now going to wrap up our first hour of Native Vote 2024. We've seen some early results and covered key issues driving this election, but we're just getting started. And in our next hour, we'll take a closer look at the policies impacting Native communities and get more updates from our correspondents on the ground. Stay with us for hour 2 of our live coverage right here from FNX Studios.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Native Vote 2024 Election Night. I'm Antonia Gonzales, reporting live from First Nations Experience FNX Studios in San Bernardino, California.
And I'm Sean Griswold. Thanks for joining us. This hour, we're diving deep into the candidates' proposed policies and how these plans could impact Indigenous communities across the country.
We'll be exploring where the candidates stand on key issues that directly affect our communities. Plus, we'll have insights from experts who will break down what these policies mean for our future. But first, Native Vote advocates had a presence at the 2024 Alaska Federation of Natives Annual Convention in Anchorage last month, encouraging people to vote. I spoke with voter advocates and caught up with tribal leaders to discuss their top concerns.
Get Out the Native Vote, a nonpartisan effort, has worked across Alaska, especially in rural areas, to mobilize Native voters, advocate for polling stations, educate election workers, and more.
Election integrity for us means literally getting a polling station set up. There's no culture war about it. It is logistics. It is extreme distance and extreme weather that can factor into whether or not we can set up a polling precinct. Election worker recruitment and retention needs a lot more work. Our training of election workers needs a lot more work. For our part, because it takes a village to make elections happen, is we are trying to make election work a tribal workforce development issue. Also recruiting for the Postal Service, because of all the postal vacancies in the state, most of them are in our rural Native communities. And if you do not have a postal system, you do not have an elections.
Efforts also include traveling in person to rural communities to engage voters.
When I approach a community, I have heard people say, we've never heard of someone coming to talk to us about voting before. In the 80s and 90s, you used to have candidates coming through a lot, and we had a sense of who our lawmakers were. We don't really have that today. Maybe people take social media for granted and think that that gets the message out. But we have broadband deserts, we have expensive data plans. Voter education cannot be done remotely. It needs to be done in person. Get Out the Native Vote does not need to be the only carrier of civic messages. Native organizations, tribal or corporate, local Native leadership, we all need to step in and get our communities prepared for elections the way we prepare for hunting and fishing and storms. Every vote counts. We have close races. But we need that one vote to add up to another one in order to start making a difference and an impact. In 1982, the whole Alaska Native community voted at a rate of 66%. We have dropped down to an average 22% in 2022. We are trying to turn our voter apathy on its head and realize that we have to own our power because we have it. We have that potential, and if we can just inspire some competition among ourselves, against other regions, against other communities, some healthy competition, maybe we can start to turn the needle.
Native leaders say the Native Vote is key in helping protect the ways of life among Alaska Native people.
The Native vote is critical to the future of our state. I think approximately 1 in 4 Alaskans is Alaska Native, and I think we have the ability to really shape the future of our state by electing leaders that support the issues that are important to Alaska and to Indian country as a whole.
And what are some of those top issues that you're concerned about?
Well, I think certainly subsistence is a major one, climate change, economic development, education, truth and reconciliation for boarding schools, NAGPRA issues, really just the future of our state.
I want people to know, and I want our own people to know, that our grandparents fought very hard for the right to vote because they realized that we have to control institutions that affect our lives. So it's really important that we elect people who have the same ideologies as us, or at least believe in social and economic equity, and will support institutions that support that kind of, ideals. And of course, we would love to have Native people serve in government, in the legislature, and in Congress. And we certainly are proud of the ones who do serve. And we know we need to get more of them in there. But absent that, we need to get out to vote to support people who will support us. Right now we know that our schools are underfunded, and we want to have people who will get in the legislature and support our schools. Schools represent our future. So it just affects so many, parts of our lives. I serve on the Alaska Federation of Native Subsistence Committee. We want the government, both the federal government and the state government, to recognize that we as the first peoples of this nation, we as the first peoples of this state of Alaska have rights, to hunting and fishing. It's not only food security, but it's also the basis of our culture. So we want to make sure, that we elect people, we get out and vote, and support people who will support subsistence hunting and fishing. I mean, we have many, many issues, but for us, at least for myself serving on the AFN Subsistence Committee, that is a priority issue.
There's always going to be issues, in the indigenous world, in the movie Killers of the Flower Moon. If you've got something of value, someone's going to try to get it, right? So you've got to protect it. So we've got to protect our land. And we have issues. Nowadays, housing is still a big issue. It is so expensive up north, to build a home. Like maybe 3 times as much it costs maybe where you live, because we don't have roads and railroads, right? And so subsistence is always an issue. We're trying to protect our ability to live off the land like we've done for literally thousands of years. Of course, the state is also running lower on money because what has built Alaska is oil production, and that's down to around 500,000 barrels or so. It used to be at 2 million, and so there's less money. We have climate issues. We have communities that are having to move because most of our communities are along the rivers, along the coastline, and they're being impacted by changing weather patterns and not as much ice, shore-fast ice protecting those places. So that's a big issue. So we have plenty of issues.
For more on what's unfolding in Alaska tonight, let's go to our correspondent, Jocelyn Estes.
Hi, good to hear from you. So the polls don't close for another 2 hours. So and then they'll start counting ballots, and we'll see some early results. But Alaska's a little bit different because it allows 10 days for mail-in ballots from overseas, and the military overseas, and from rural Alaska. So, and the other thing we have is ranked choice voting. So we have an open primary. 4 people are selected. The top 4 go into the general election, and then voters rank them. And and if nobody wins a majority, you go to the second choice. If nobody wins a majority, you go to the third, and so on, until you get a candidate who gets 50% plus 1 of the votes, and then that person is declared the winner. They don't do that tabulation, though, until November 20th. So we're a little bit in the dark as far as results go. However, that's for races that are close. In some instances, we have races that are expected to be overwhelming. Alaska always votes really big for Donald Trump, so we might see the winner there really quickly. I wanted to mention something else, and that is that 2 villages were not able to vote. And this was something that Michelle Spark talked about. She mentioned that weather can be a factor. On St. George Island in the Pribilofs, they had a terrible windstorm that kept poll workers from getting to the polls. In Wales, out in the northwest part of the state, they had weather that kept people from flying in. Poll workers were going to fly in and help with, get the ballots out and get the vote taken. but those didn't happen. So there's 2 villages that have been disenfranchised, and we'll just have to see. Well, that can't be remedied at this point.
All right, thank you, Jocelyn. And now let's go to Larry Williams Jr. He's from the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska and is the Executive Director for the National Congress of American Indians. Larry, thank you for joining us. Hi, Larry. The NCAI just met right before the election. Can you share some of the policy issues that the group wants to address in 2025?
I think all of our priority policies kind of run the gamut for Indian country. When we talk about all the important needs that face American Indians and Alaska Natives, we talk about appropriations in the budget, child welfare and education, community development and infrastructure, cultural and language protection, economic development and commerce, healthcare, legal and governance, natural resources, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and for sure public safety and justice, just to name a few.
Talk a little bit about, regardless of who's in office, the treaty and trust responsibilities to tribes.
Absolutely, at the basis of what all of our tribal nations face, and especially the mission, the 81-year mission of NCAI, that the treaty and trust responsibility is at the heart of everything that we do to advocate for our sovereignty and our self-governance, and to make sure that any gains that Indian country has made over these last few presidential administrations, that we continue to strive to maintain those gains. And we know that sovereignty as a whole for Indian country has been under attack for a long time, and has continued to grow and become more sophisticated. And so we need to make sure that we continue to be vigilant in our advocacy efforts and working with all of Indian country to make sure this Congress, however it plays out, and this president, whoever it may be, they understand that and they're committed to upholding that trust and treaty responsibility.
And can you share a little bit about some of NCAI's Get Out the Native Vote efforts?
Yeah, obviously there are many Native groups that are boots on the ground, if you will, that have been doing amazing work. And as we commemorate this 100 year of the Snyder Act, allowing citizenship for Native Americans, and how at the end of this 100 years, we're finally starting to see the power of the Native vote and what that means. And we know that there are roughly 3.7 million Native people who are eligible to vote, but just over 1.2 million Native people are actually registered to vote. And so we want to make sure that our voices are heard, so that as we continue to advocate, whoever our people vote for, whatever party, that they make sure that that person understands Native issues, understands that treaty and trust responsibility, and will uphold those issues. At NCAI, we advocate for a tribal sovereignty ticket, and to that end, by supporting candidates across the political spectrum who are committed to advancing our interests, and in voting for sovereignty as our priority. So that is one of the things that we work with the other organizations as we advocate for that get out the vote, to make sure whoever's in office, they're listening to us and they understand our needs.
All right. Well, thank you, Larry, for your time. We appreciate it, and we look forward to talking more about these issues in the next year with the NCAI. And in the last few months of the Harris campaign, the Vice President has made Indigenous issues a key part of her platform and focus. From healthcare to sovereignty, Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, has hoped to get a boost from Native voters. And now I want to bring back our panel to the discussion to break down some of these policies. We have ICT political correspondent Polly Denetclaw, President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, Chris James, and of course, ICT's editor-at-large, Mark Trahom. And thank you for joining us. And Polly, let's start with you. Share a little bit about what's resonating with policies when it comes to Native voters.
Yes, so one of the things that Native voters and specifically Native leaders have shared with me over the course of the last year, as I've been reporting on the elections, is that tribal sovereignty, a leader who understands that nation-to-nation relationship, and as well as economic development and the environment and building infrastructure. And so those continue to be some of the issues that Native leaders have shared with me about what matters to them when it comes to issues that they would like the next president to know about. And that continues to be a trend within Indigenous voters and Indigenous leaders.
And Mark?
I think that's right. I think also, like everyone else, folks want to have, I think the climate is a big factor, and how you make the transition from a natural resource-based economy to one that's sustainable in the environment, and who's going to put the resources into it. I think it's really clear how much has gone into Indian country over the past 4 years and how significant that's been for some of these transition.
And of course, Chris, economic development is a huge issue for tribal communities. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And also I would say small business development is also top of tribal leaders' mind. How do we not only create our own enterprises in our communities to do economic development, but also how are we supporting our citizen entrepreneurs is so important too. And I think echoing that to whichever administration happens to be. So I know right now there's some development, about 12 or 13 national organizations, including my own, that are working on some policy briefs for whoever the team, whoever wins the White House. So if it's the Harris team or the Trump team. So really making sure that the Native voice is heard during this very important time, and those issues are front and center, including Native food economies as well as a big one too for us.
And Mark, can you talk a little bit about healthcare?
Sure. I mean, we've gone through really a transition where so much of the funding mechanism was the Indian health system, and now more and more it's Medicaid and Medicare, especially Medicaid. And you're now seeing systems where Medicaid dollars outnumber IHS dollars, which gives states a role in how that, in a different conversation. It allows folks to think differently about where you go for facilities. Some people might choose to go off reservation for care. I think one big issue that you were seeing in early polling, really strong interest in abortion-related issues, and the Hyde Amendment still applies to the Indian health system. So in the next Congress, that might be a debate, is whether or not that makes sense anymore.
Yeah, the Hyde Amendment has definitely been one of the issues that folks have talked about. And Biden did make a promise at the beginning as he was campaigning for president that he would address the Hyde Amendment, and then that just didn't follow through under his administration. And so that is something that was on President Biden's mind, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it was also on the mind of VP Harris.
And the 10 states that have it on the ballot, and we know Florida's already lost, but a majority of those are high population of Native communities. So such an important issue also in Indian country.
And one part of it that I don't think often gets talked about is that most abortions now are pharmaceutical. And so that really does play to the Hyde Amendment, because you could prescribe the pills much easier than actually do a traditional abortion.
Yeah, and then for folks who don't know, the Hyde Amendment basically states that federal dollars cannot be used to fund abortions, although they can be used in 3 instances, and oftentimes IHS facilities, as we'll learn later from Indigenous Women Rising, that oftentimes IHS facilities are not even equipped to offer those services, even though they're legally allowed to when it comes to those 3 instances, exceptions, I should say.
And Mark, I also wanted to ask you about dental health care, and tribes in the lower 48 are now examining some of what's going on in Alaska and how dental therapists are being used in the Alaska system.
Right, the whole idea of mid-level practitioner for healthcare came out of the Indian health system in Alaska, and spread to the lower 48. It's an expression of sovereignty where tribes are saying this is a more cost-effective way to bring health care. And it allows folks right out of high school to get the training they need to provide basic health care for dental health.
And talking to Larry with the National Congress of American Indians, he touched on no matter who's in office, treaty and trust responsibilities to the next administration and Congress. Chris, why don't you talk first a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so important, again, having the right policy recommendations from regardless of who is in the administration or who is in the White House. I think it trickles down into every agency. I mean, it's so important to have the right people in the agencies that are fighting for our communities, because a lot of times, and I was honored to be in multiple offices in the Obama administration. It was an honor to be part of those Office of Native American Affairs, but also sometimes I'm the only Native voice in the room, and I think that's really important, making sure whatever administration is in power that they keep that Native voice front and center. Secondly, during the Trump administration, some of the offices were a little bit put to the side. They were still there, but their voices might not have been as loud. So that could have, especially at the U.S. Small Business Administration, it wasn't as elevated as it was in historic administration. So that's so important to have that voice at the table with the administrator.
And talking to tribal leaders, you hear a lot of how it's educating a lot of times of these federal, officials or members of Congress. Can you expand on that, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's Indians 101 that has to happen every 4 years, 2 years, and in cycles. And one of the things you see with a lot of organizations now is they'll start basically a school for members of Congress the day they're elected. And I think that sort of thing is already happening from the tribal perspective, where they bring people together and say, here's what you need to know, and build, especially people outside of constituencies that have large Native populations.
And Polly?
And just to add, the Biden-Harris administration appointed, some 80 Native Americans to various positions across the federal departments. And I do want to highlight specifically the Commerce and the Treasury, because there are a lot of issues with grant funding, dual taxation, a lot of those issues that having Indigenous people in those positions who understand those issues, who understand the systems that a lot of tribal governments are having to utilize or update in order to receive grant funding, and the obstacles that a lot of federal funding has, I think has been super beneficial to see in the Commerce and the Treasury departments. And so I'm curious to know if Harris is elected, how that will then translate from the Biden-Harris administration into the Harris-Walz administration, and if those appointments will then increase or if we might see a decrease.
And Chris, can you talk about how you approach this? Because you're in those conversations when, you're speaking with officials, so in educating them about tribal issues.
Well, I think that is the key, educating about tribal issues. But I just to mention on Polly's point, I do think there is a little bit unknown, even if there is a Harris transition, because I had the privilege to work on the Hillary campaign too, and thinking of between Obama to Hillary, are people going to stay in office? I would say that we are going to see a big exodus of people, even if it is a Harris administration, because you have a new leader, you have, they probably want to appoint their own people. So you will see a lot of that changing in the federal government. Again, that all goes back to us educating the folks that are there, meeting with folks, working with our tribal leaders to get them into Washington, working with Congress and everything to get folks educated on the facts.
And Polly, what are you going to be following after the election when it comes to tribal issues?
So one of the biggest things that I think a lot of folks who are sort of in the weeds of DC follow is the issue of dual taxation and the impact that it has on tribal governments and their ability to function and have a tax base. And so I'm really curious to see in the next administration whether the continuing of the Treasurer Tribal Advisory Committee will continue, if there is a Trump administration or if there's a Harris-Walz administration, how that will then look. And then also the Tribal Nations Summit. Under former President Trump, we did not have the Tribal Nation Summit for 4 years, and then it was brought back again by the Biden-Harris administration. And so seeing if Harris continues that as well as her predecessors have.
And what about you, Mark? What are you going to be watching for?
Well, I think one big one is how we start to navigate through both semiconductor industry and artificial intelligence. Right now, tribes are completely out of that conversation. And yet in Arizona, for example, they're creating 85,000 new jobs. And so it's going to be a very important discussion to get into, and whether it's a Trump administration or a Harris administration, I think it's essential for young people that that conversation occur.
And what about you? What are you going to be looking out for?
I'm going to be looking at trade. I'm looking at what's the United States Trade Representative doing on how we are implementing the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, how that indigenous how it affects the indigenous population to get more trade outside the country. Also with USTR on how we're joining other indigenous-focused trade agreements. I know just recently that there has been some focus on IPECTA is what it's called, so I think that's really important as well for our indigenous communities.
And not only looking at the administration and Congress to uphold treaty and trust responsibilities, but also just how tribes adapt. And no matter who's in office making those plans, NCAI, I'm sure at the conference was making those plans. So Mark, can you just share briefly a little bit about that?
Well, and right now we're still figuring out what scenarios are going to happen. But let's say it is a Trump administration, you will see unprecedented amounts of contracts be let in the next few months. And many of those will go to Indian country for implementation of policies that are in place. Because no matter what, these two candidates have such a distinct view of the world, and particularly on climate and energy. And just those two areas are going to go in very different directions depending on the outcome of the next few hours.
All right, well, we thank you for joining us, Polly, Mark, and Chris, and we look forward to checking in with you again. And we'll have more on election coverage right after this.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
All right, several more polls have closed and we're getting new numbers for key states. Let's check in with Caden Mills in our results center with the latest. Caden, what are the biggest shifts, if any, we're seeing in these new results?
Yeah, Sean. So polls just closed in Utah, Montana, as well as Nevada. And Montana and Nevada are two important states where the native vote is going to be very critical. We're seeing the current electoral vote tally has shifted a little bit. Kamala Harris currently has 112 electoral votes compared to Donald Trump's 198. We're also watching very, very tight races in Arizona as well as New Mexico. For the Arizona Senate race, Ruben Gallego is leading Republican challenger Kari Lake by about 8 points. And Eli Crane currently leads Jonathan Nez by about 11 points. In New Mexico, Yvette Harrell has a slight lead over Gabriel Vasquez.
You said Harrell's beating Vasquez.
And Sharon Claudius-Chillage and Teresa Leger-Fernandez have been going back and forth in a very, very tight race. We've been seeing that flip back and forth between the two in terms of who is leading. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Caden, thank you so very much. Now joining us is Naomi Miguel from the Tohono O'odham Nation. Naomi is an expert in tribal policy and politics with experience working in Congress, the executive branch, and on both congressional and statewide campaigns. Naomi, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Hey, Naomi, I want to start with healthcare. Can you tell us what does any new administration need to do in order to meet the healthcare needs for Native people going forward?
Well, I think similarly to what the panel mentioned earlier, we need to have an educated administration, and especially at HHS, someone who understands the federal trust responsibility for the federal government to know that they have a trust responsibility for healthcare. But I'm also looking at who else is going to be put in charge for IHS services. A lot of our healthcare services go through IHS and HHS. We'll talk about mental health, who also is going to be in charge of that. We also want to look out for who is in charge of the Veterans Affairs Department. A lot of our Native veterans get their health care through that system as well. So we want to just keep an eye out on whatever administration comes forth next. Who are they going to have in these high positions, but also who are they going to put on those director positions that really impact Indian country.
You know, in conversation about that transition and who's going to be responsible for taking on those roles, I'm curious your thoughts on what you would say to Native people, and particularly I'm thinking of, you know, Native elders who really depend on this medical care. What can you tell them of what they should expect with the transition with the new administration?
I think that there's always a little bit of time that goes in between the current administration and the next administration. So when we're thinking about Medicare and healthcare issues, I wouldn't expect a change up until January 20th, when we have the inauguration and we start changing over into what the next administration will be doing. So I wouldn't put that worry hat on too much right now, but I would say, you know, just keep an eye out on, you know, who wins in the next few days, but also keep track of, you know, who you put your vote in for, and if you brought your family to the polls. I think that's where we can really show our youth that their vote really does matter.
Naomi, thanks again. We're preaching patience. It's a big key word for tonight, and I think on all these topics going forward. Thank you so very much. Now we're going to come back to our panel here. We got Mark from ICT, as well as Paulie, and we also got Mike Stoop here, who's going to be talking to us about some of the Trump policies specifically. Mike, I want to go to you first. Okay. Let's talk about what are the policies that Donald Trump can carry over from his prior administration that started in 2016 that can go over to potentially a new term in office, and how specifically those policies for Indian country?
Well, you know, in the last panel we talked a lot about the opportunity for economic development. We had the opportunity zones that came from the Trump administration. Unfortunately, those have not played out as well as we'd like to, but it's the same. We'd like to see some more concepts like that where we see the ability for local economic drivers to go out and create jobs. That there's an opportunity, as Paulie mentioned in the last section, about the double taxation issues that we see in Indian country. There's ways to talk about the tax reform that Donald Trump can look at. The tax credits that we're seeing right now that are being used by certain tribes for economic development, that's something that I believe Donald Trump will buy into. I do also want to take a quick moment and talk about the healthcare issues and healthcare funding. You know, the one Native member that we have in the United States Senate is Markwayne Mullin, who I used to work for, who's my home state senator, is a major advocate for IHS funding and for changing the way that we fund IHS and making sure that we see an increase in IHS funding. It is a huge challenge. Healthcare is obviously important to economic development as well. If you can't get your people to work because they're sick, well, then they're not working and you're not growing dollars. Healthcare is an economic development issue. And I think with Markwayne Mullin, whose relationship with Donald Trump has grown so much more close in the last 4 years, I think that we have an advocate for things like that that will really have the ear of the president, if Donald Trump is the next president, to talk about those kinds of things in Indian country.
And Mike, I want to stick with you here, and in part because you have the most experience working with former President Trump and the Republican Party, both in Congress and at the executive level. But can you talk about, you mentioned Senator Mullin. Is there anybody else in Indian country who could step into a future Trump administration if that's where we are?
Well, okay, so administrative positions. I will say that I've been talking with the transition team about Native positions specifically. They're not limiting themselves to what are traditionally Indian roles or what are tribally advocate roles that you see in every one of the executive branch departments across the federal government. They're looking at putting Natives in regular jobs. Natives can do regular jobs. They don't have to do just Native-specific jobs. And you have people who come into those positions who have the background and understanding of growing up Native, and they have that ability to advocate the Native position from a perspective where they're not pushed to the side necessarily, or they're only going to have that voice when they're talking about specific tribal issues. You know, one of my good friends, William Kirkland, was the Deputy Chief of Staff for Mike Pence. He was a Native in the room in almost every discussion when it came to major policies, and he had that Native voice that went with him for every policy discussion. So I think we're going to see more of that. There is a push from those who are talking about Native transition to put Natives with a good policy background, not just in Native-specific positions, but in positions across the administration.
Paulie, I want to jump this over to you now. You work out of Washington, D.C., and so you interact with people who are, part of both major parties and working in various different spaces in the federal government. Can you describe, and it's a little bit of what Michael had to say here, what it would look like for a Native person to take on another role outside of, let's say, the Interior or IHS, or as we described, the Native issues? What would that look like for Republicans from your experience working in D.C.?
So I think that one of the things to note is that, especially when it comes to issues in Indian country, they're bipartisan. And so there are advocates on both sides of the aisle. We see like Senator Murkowski in Alaska, who's a Republican. We see Representative Tom Cole, who is one of the biggest advocates and one of the most powerful Republicans in Washington, D.C., who continues to advocate for tribal nations. And he's the go-to person in D.C. when it comes to policy issues for Indian country for the House on both sides of the aisle. And so he's really there every day doing the Indian 101, helping folks to understand tribal issues. And so I think that when it comes to a Trump administration, it's hard to say what those would look like in terms of appointments, but it took a while for even, I think it was the White House tribal liaison, who at the time became Tyler Fish, to get appointed to that position. And so there was a delay in sort of these appointments for places that are traditionally Native positions.
Yeah, and we saw.
I would actually push back against that. We had appointments that were put on pretty early on. They weren't necessarily the most effective. I would say Tyler, who's a friend, was more effective in getting that done. It is a challenge, I think, sometimes finding the right people who are outside the swamp, so-called swamp, to find those positions. That wasn't just a Native issue that the Trump administration had. They had that in every area, finding someone that they considered not necessarily be the insider, but had the background and experience to actually conduct the jobs of governing the people. That is the challenge with looking for outsiders, is they also have to know how to govern. And that is, I think, a lesson that many of those who are inside Trump's inner circle and Trump himself learned, that you have to have a balance of both. Someone who has the experience, that isn't swallowed by the swamp, but has the experience and understands how to govern.
And that's something that, former President Trump really did try to promote as he was running in 2016 as a populist candidate, still trying to get to at some point. But we did see a lot of delays. And Mark, I'm going to look over here with not only appointments to his cabinet, but also just general positions in the federal government to make the U.S. government work. I want to ask you, Mark, from a longer view picture, what is it going to take for a Trump administration to even attract Native people to work with him if they're not Republican or if they're nonpartisan, as they many should have to be?
Well, let me just back up. Well, I think one thing that's really important to see is there's a very different governing philosophy between the Democrats and particularly the Trump administration. And what you'll see in a Trump administration will be a lot leaner government, where there'll be many, many fewer people doing the same work that's being done in the Harris administration. And that changes the equation, just that one thing, because you'll have agencies that don't have confirmed heads. You'll have just different parameters for folks. In terms of recruiting, I think one of the, and we talked about Indian Health, one of the great stories there is how it came out of a Republican administration, the Indian Health Care Improvement Act. And it was argued and fought through in that administration, carried through and signed into law by Gerald Ford. And that sort of discourse, I think, is really helpful to understand that there is a bipartisan legacy that both sides contribute to Indian policy in this country.
Paulie, I want to bring this over to you and your reporting and talking to not only Native leaders, but just Native voters out there in the community and as well as in D.C. Are there any Republican principles or policies that they're attracted to?
So I think that definitely one of the points of that tribal leaders point to is economic development, which continues to be one of the top areas for Republicans. And so I think that, as I've done my reporting, that is an area where under a more conservative and under a Trump administration, it would be likely that having those investments in economic development would be easier. But one of the other things that I did want to talk about was the Lumbee Recognition Act. And so Trump said in 2020 that he would support the Lumbee Recognition Act. He has affirmed that again as he's been campaigning in North Carolina, which is a swing state. And so seeing if he is elected, if he would follow through with that promise will be something to watch.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have a lot of thoughts on a number of things. But one of the things I want to talk about is this education, and Mark brought up some good points. My first time working in Washington, I actually worked for the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and it was in that experience that I realized that Indian issues really are nonpartisan, and there's a lot of bipartisanship that goes on in trying to solve these things. And when it comes to education, specifically with Indian healthcare and with economic development, there's a big push from Native Republicans, from Senator Mullen himself, about that tribes are economic engines in rural America. And rural America really is who supports Donald Trump. And so Donald Trump may need a little bit of education on a personal level, but understanding that tribes are economic drivers in rural America is a very important aspect. And when you start talking about tribal sovereignty is not, and in my mind, exactly opposite of getting more grant dollars from the federal government. Sovereignty is getting away from those strings and having the economic development so that you can drive your own destiny, that you can determine your own way. And you do that through economic development so you're not so dependent on those federal dollars or any of the paternalism that comes with working with the federal government. So economic development is absolutely important. It is a bipartisan issue. It is especially important to Republicans who are very strong in rural America because they are so important to driving that economic engine in rural America.
I want to keep this over to you, and we've spoken so much about policy, and I actually want to open this up to everybody, but I want to get your response here first. Policy can potentially be attractive, and there could potentially be some shared principles and shared values there, but there's also just an unattractiveness to a person. That a lot of people don't like Donald Trump. They don't like his character. They don't like his history. They don't like his background. They don't like what he says. They don't like the people that he associates himself with. How does he overcome just the fact that most Native people don't like him?
I don't even know that I would accept that most Native people don't like him. I would say that one of the few polls that I've seen actually has the tie the number is pretty similar to the national average. It's close. It's a tie. I think that people that support him have a problem with that, overlook that, and get past it. I think that's one of the problems with the Harris administration, or I'm sorry, the Harris campaign, is that I think they've leaned in too heavily on that campaign and messaging of personality. People are worried about their pocketbooks. They're worried about what they're spending at the grocery store. They're worried about how much a gallon of gas costs. They're worried about whether or not they can feed their family on what they're making. It is absolutely economic issues that is driving this election cycle. If they were worried about Teflon Don and the issues that he has, it would have already been worked in. The race would not be this tight. We have seen everything that can go wrong with the campaign, everything that could be wrong for a candidate happen to Donald Trump or be caused by Donald Trump. And the people go, we don't care. That's not our issue here. Our issue here is we're having a hard time paying our bills.
And Mark, I want to go over to you real quickly before we run out of time here. You know, American politics has not really seen a candidate like Donald Trump, a president like Donald Trump. Now, Indian country has experienced a wide range of politicians in our history. Can you describe, is there any way to coalesce the issues that Donald Trump has as a person, as a candidate, as an administration, for natives who don't support him to fall in to support his administration if that happens?
Well, whether they support him or not, I mean, really, we're witnessing one of the few times in history where you don't have the traditional break it down of the two parties. Donald Trump is not a conservative. He is a populist, and that is a very different framework. And because of that, I mean, the closest comparison for an Indian country is Andrew Jackson, who is also a populist, and the kinds of things he brought to the table.
Thank you for that long view, Paulie, Mark, Mike. We'll be right back and thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon. All right, we're now gonna check in with let's check in now with our reporter. I know we brought in Andrew Jackson in here, and we're at that point of the night. But we're gonna go outside and check in with our reporter Sahar, who was here at a local watch party where Native voters are watching results come in. Sahar, what's the mood like at the watch party outside, and any reaction to tonight's results so far?
It's exciting to see the momentum this evening. Our watch party is fantastic because we have we have a number of individuals that are here. We have both young voters and our millennial voters, and it's fantastic to see everybody all come together. And I am excited because I'm having a conversation today with Rachel Lorenzo, and I have a couple questions for you. How can federal policies be reformed, and how can they address the systematic challenges that Indigenous communities face, such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure?
Yeah, I really think that as a community organizer and as a political scientist, I don't know if these policies can be reformed if they didn't already have tribal sovereignty at the very center of creating that policy. And unfortunately, for decades, tribal consultation has always been very retroactive when the federal government or the states are making decisions that impact tribal sovereignty, land, education, health. And so until policies truly center tribal sovereignty and consultation beyond what many tribes are familiar with, like Section 106, until all tribes can feel good about being consulted, I don't know that policies can necessarily be reformed.
And what are policies that are particularly important to our Indigenous communities?
I think, of course, everything having to do with land management, water management, education for sure, and of course health with Indian Health Services. A few different numbers have been thrown out there, you know, underfunded, $6 billion, $7 billion. It's been consistently underfunded since its inception, and I know the federal government can do better by its trust responsibilities.
You're absolutely right about that. So what is the significance in protecting Native sovereignty in the context of current policy debates, and particularly when it comes to land and resource management?
During my time as a Assistant Commissioner of Cultural Resources in New Mexico under the Land Commissioner, I learned that not only are all tribes' priorities different, but so are their timelines. And it's not really fair to ask tribes to give their feedback on something in such a short amount of time. They have to go through their governance structure, they have to get permission or advice from elders or from religious leaders. And in New Mexico, we have 23 tribes. It's 23 different opinions. And unfortunately, I haven't seen the federal government or the states always be receptive to extending that. So we're hoping for something different in the future.
I love that. And what does the future look like? How do we drive more natives to the polls for future elections? How do we make these matters? How do we make these issues matter when it comes to who we vote for?
Yeah, I really want campaigns to think of Native folks first rather than as an afterthought, and not just at the end of a campaign, but as a consistent tribes and tribal communities as consistent partners in voting, and so that way our communities feel more included.
Thank you. I think the consensus here is everybody is on pins and needles, so we are excited to hear more results. Back to you.
Thank you, Sahar. Native vote outreach efforts in Alaska were well underway leading up to the general election. That work included voter education and registration efforts at this year's First Alaskan Institute's Elders and Youth Conference, which was held last month in Anchorage. I was there and talked with a lot of people from the Native community about voting.
We have really been trying to get voter education, civic engagement opportunities at all levels of democracy. We really focus on local elections, encouraging people to go and testify at the Board of Game, Board of Fish, any way to protect their ways of life through voting.
Partners in the mobilization efforts include statewide and Native organizations like Native Movement, Native People's Action, and Get Out the Native Vote. Their efforts also seek to address challenges.
What we're hearing from the public is a lot of different issues that are coming up. So like they don't have people to man poll stations. They don't have resources. They don't have anyone operating local post offices in rural areas. So all of these different challenges that affect their right to vote and get involved. We're hearing different community safety issues. We're hearing about several different opportunities, and that's really what we want to capture, because that's why we do this work. It's just to uplift and include them and hopefully make change and get voter turnout rates increased. We had a lot of youth stop by, and a lot of them were asking to get parent approval, to get more information, to sign up, to reach out to working group partners on how they could volunteer, how they can get involved and grow their voices. So there's been a lot of involvement from youth, and that makes me happy because, again, that future generation is getting involved already.
Attendees at the Elders and Youth Conference say they see value in the Native vote.
My grandparents weren't citizens of the territory of Alaska or the United States of America, and so they had no say in what was happening to our lands, our resources, in governing our way of life. And so now that we have the right to vote and we have a say, it's critical for our people to make it to the polls, to have their opinion be heard through voting for the leaders that they want to have represent us. It affects how we live, how we relate to our lands, how do we relate to each other, and so voting is something that's really important for everyone to do. It makes sense to me why some people just don't want to participate in the system. Maybe they think the system is broken or it's not working for our people, and I would say they're probably right. In a lot of ways, the system isn't working well for our people, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't engage. I think it's still important for us to vote so that the people that are in the leadership positions who are making the decisions that affect our way of life and who we are, at least know that we can participate in the process. So then we can go there and advocate to them, whether that's in the state government or the federal government or our local government, and say, hey, this is how we think things should be for our people, for our community. And so I think that's really important. There are challenges to voting, though. You know, a lot of our people are still first language speakers, in our case of Dinjijuka, which is our language. And unfortunately, you know, we still don't have the ballots translated into our languages in our communities. And so we still have advocacy to do so that we make sure that our people have full access and understand what it is they're voting for.
We're trying to just generate some excitement. You know, we know that we make up a significant population, and yet, you know, we're underrepresented both by those who are elected, but also in turnout to vote for those. And we know that collectively, like our power, we can get people elected or unelected. And so we're working to do that and make sure that, you know, we get people in there that represent our interests and also, you know, understand tribes and corporations and Alaska Natives as a whole across our state.
Engaging Alaska Native young people to vote also includes encouraging them to consider running for an elected position.
One of the things that's really concerning is that we hear that a lot of young people are kind of apathetic or just saying, like, you know, we're tired of old people representing us, and, you know, and so as a 19-year-old mayor, somebody who's been in elected leadership since I was 19, I think it's really important to get engaged and involved. And you have to understand, if you're a young person, if you're sick and tired of the way things are, get engaged, vote. Vote out these folks that you don't feel like represent you. That's exactly what you should be doing, is voting. And if you don't see somebody on that ballot that represents you, then you need to get on that ballot. You need to be that person, right? And I get asked all the time, well, as a young person, how do I get involved? And when's somebody going to invite me to the table? And don't wait. Don't be asked to be invited or to the table. You go take that seat. It's yours. And you have just as much right as anybody else. And just because you're young and you may not have the experience doesn't mean you don't have the passion and the ideas.
I got involved when I was very young, as a teenager, and I've been involved now for over 30 years. And I think it's critical for us as leaders to involve our young people, to give them opportunities to develop their knowledge, their thinking, and their experience in advocacy for our people, but also to develop a strong sense of identity and knowing of who they are. And there's many pathways for our young people and for all of us to take in life, but hopefully whatever pathway we choose is one that contributes back to our people, back to our community, because that's how we remain connected to each other and stronger as a people.
I would say that getting involved at an early age is really encouraged, because again, the more you get to know it now, the more confident, the more you'll have a voting plan, knowing where to go to vote, knowing how to improve your community's involvement in voting and making sure you have those. So that way, once you're, 18 or close to 18, you're ready.
Well, Sean, we're almost halfway through our show. What are your thoughts so far?
I predicted a maybe shorter night, but I think we might be here a little bit longer and later than we expected.
All right, well, hour 2 of Native Vote 2024. So far, we've broken down early results from key states and examined the policies shaping this election for Indigenous communities.
Stay with us right here and online as we continue to bring you live updates and analysis.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
Welcome back to Native Vote 2024, and thank you for joining us for our third hour of our election night coverage. I'm Antonia Gonzales.
And I'm Sean Griswold.
This hour, we're focusing on the power of Native representation, both nationally and locally across the country. Indigenous leaders are running for office and pushing for change, representing the voices and priorities of their communities.
These elections could shape the future of Native governance in areas from tribal lands to state, federal government. We'll look at what this representation means and how it could impact policies that directly affect Indigenous communities. But first, let's check in with our results center to get the latest numbers. Jordan, what's going on?
Hi, Sean. So we had a lot of updates in the last half hour. In Oklahoma, I guess to start a little bit over, we were watching 9 races for Native candidates running for Congress. We got an update in Oklahoma with Dennis Baker. He was unsuccessful in his race when AP called it. So now in Oklahoma, we're watching 4 congressional races. Now 2 Native people will represent the state in Congress. And we are still watching congressional races for 5 other candidates. 2 in New Mexico, that's Yvette Harrell and Sharon Klosh-Gillage. There's also Sharice Davis in Kansas, and she is leading with 81% of the votes that have been counted. And Jonathan Nez is in Arizona running against Eli Crane, and currently he's trailing just behind. And of course, there's Mary Peltola in Alaska. As far as the presidential update, the race there, so far Harris has 113 electoral votes and 210 electoral votes for Trump. And I think Caden had an update for Harris on the electoral votes.
It just went up to 179.
Okay, yep, just right, you heard right there. So Caden said Harris has 179 electoral votes and Trump has 210 electoral votes. You heard it here. And as far as the other states we're watching across the country, Trump is leading in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina and Georgia, but just by a small margin there. So we'll keep an eye on those for the rest of the night. And in Arizona, it is leaning red, but it's by like 0.2%. So it's a very close race there. And actually, 2 minutes ago, as I was talking about the Navajo Nation filing that lawsuit and the judge extending 2 hours in 10 precincts in Apache County, those polls have just closed, and we're still waiting and looking for an update on that. Sean?
All right, thank you, Jordan. Now let's check in with our team across the country for live updates. We're hearing in Arizona, we just talked about that, and now we're going to go to Shirley, who is joining us in Arizona. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, how you doing?
How's it going over there?
Well, it's pretty tight, and the fact that there is such an issue in Apache County, number one, tells me that the getting out the vote for the Navajo Nation has been working for Jonathan Nez's behalf. We're in Coconino County here in Flagstaff, and that has gone for Jonathan Nez. But it's going to be a while now with the polls just closing now across the state because of the problems. And it was reported that even till the end, there were voters in line in Apache County.
And Shirley, can you tell us, did Jonathan Nez go to the watch party?
We did. We interviewed Jonathan Nez for about 5 minutes as he was leaving. He thanked his supporters and explained the situation in Apache County. And we probably will not know the results this evening because of that and the votes that will be counted. Not only did they run out of provisional ballots, they ran out of ballots altogether, and then the printer broke. And so things were delayed, and the polls were kept open here in Arizona for that reason.
And Shirley, in your reporting, you had said that there are 14 tribes within that district. Can you tell us about the Native representation at the watch party?
There is quite a few. However, I was surprised that there weren't more Native Americans here. There are quite a few Apache people. Chantal Begay was here, and we interviewed Chantal Begay. He's a pretty famous artist down here in the Southwest. And he said he was praying a lot, praying to the Creator for the outcome of this election, and it's very close here in Arizona.
Shirley, it's Sean. I have a question going back to some of the interference we heard with the bomb threats made at the polling sites in Arizona. We're hearing that this was some potential Russian interference. Is anybody talking about how Russians are now affecting Navajo voters in Arizona? Oh, we just heard something. What's going on? Why don't you tell us about that? Yeah. What's happening?
They're announcing the local races here right now, and some of the local candidates are here, and they're presenting, but that's all I can tell you right now because I'm talking to you.
Of course. Well,
but no, we haven't been hearing much about the Russian interferences in the polls.
And Shirley, I want to ask you about any impact to the reproductive health measures that are on the ballot in Arizona. Is anybody there talking about how that's doing and how they voted for that?
Sorry, Sean, I don't have an update for you on that one, but I certainly can get that.
Got it. Well, Shirley, thank you so very much for joining us and giving us the update from Arizona. Look forward to hearing more from the campaign there.
And Native representation has been a driving force in this election, with Indigenous candidates and leaders pushing for change. Here's a look at the growing influence of Native Americans in politics and the impact they're making nationwide.
The state of Native American representation in American political institutions is mixed but growing.
Elise Blassingame studies Native representation and is keeping a keen eye on the election.
We've had a lot of advances, not only in Native people running for office, but also winning, especially women, in the past 10 years. And we've seen a lot of success in state legislatures and at the local level. Congress has been a little slow. We've had only 27 people who have self-identified as Native to ever serve in Congress.
One of those, Oklahoma Republican Tom Cole, is the longest-serving Native House member.
Well, it's a great honor. Frankly, it's not something I ever thought that would happen.
He says it's imperative that Indigenous voices be heard.
I think from a Native standpoint, it's always important to participate. Sometimes we're taken for granted. Now, the reality is, we have a lot to say about what happens in a number of states. We're pretty critical voting constituency.
Including Cole, there are 9 Native candidates running for U.S. House seats today. If one believes the polls, 5 of them have real shots at winning. They are Mary Peltola in Alaska, Jonathan Nez in Arizona, Sharice Davids in Kansas, and Oklahomans Josh Brackeen and Cole. If they each win, and you add in Oklahoma Senator and Cherokee Nation citizen Mark Wayne Mullen, who is not up for election this cycle, there is a chance for a little history.
Right now, we have the opportunity to get back up to 6 members of Congress, which is the highest or the most we've ever had serving at one given time.
I asked Blassingame about what her research tells her about why representation matters. Her answer? It gets results.
We found that when people do run for office, it does have a substantive impact on sovereignty-focused policies, and that's at all levels of the American government. So between 2018 and 2021, we had a group of really strong Native women who were elected and serving in state legislatures. They produced bills on varying topics, but one of the galvanizing issues, of course, was missing murdered Indigenous women and people. And so those bills created resources, task forces, held law enforcement accountable to collect data that otherwise wasn't being collected. And the data clearly shows if those Native women had not been in the legislature, it's quite likely that there wouldn't be that agenda setting by people who understand tribal communities and tribal nation needs if those folks weren't at the table.
Advanced Native political leadership keeps track of representation on the local level as well. This year, it identified 238 Native leaders serving across the U.S. at the city, town, and county levels. Leaders like Daniel Jourdain, who is running for mayor in Bemidji, Minnesota.
Migiziens Indigenous cause, Mesquawa Zaga e Gunning Indunji, Makwa Dudem. My English name is Dan Jourdain. My Ojibwe name.
Jourdain, who previously served on the city council, wants to serve all of Bemidji, including its Native residents and visitors.
I do think sometimes that there might be racism or racial tensions in this city, but I think it has to come down to putting your differences aside and working together as a whole community
You know, right now we're surrounded by the 3 largest tribes in Minnesota, which is Red Lake Nation, White Earth Nation, and Leech Lake Nation. So we want to find ways to empower them and embrace them in the city.
And back to the national level, we see that despite advances, Natives are still underrepresented.
If our Congress was to look more like our nation, we would have 15 Native members of Congress. So we have some work to do.
But there is some optimism.
Honestly, I think we're in a little bit of a renaissance right now where tribes are having a bigger impact on national policy and are better able to defend themselves and advance their interests than they certainly were 50 or 100 years ago.
For ICT from Ute Homelands, I'm Stuart Huntington.
We've just seen how Native representation in government is making waves across the country. Now, to dig deeper into the impact of Native representation, we're joined by our panel, ICT Editor-at-Large Mark Trahant, President and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, Chris James, and ICT regular political contributor, Michael Stopp. Thank you all for joining me again.
Thank you.
Well, Chris, let's start with you. We just heard about Native representation. Why does Native representation in government matter?
Oh, it matters so much because it really solidifies a seat at the table. So making sure that whoever represents have that seat at the table when policies, discussions are made, rulemaking's made, it's so important.
And Michael?
Well, I think the issues in Indian country are so unique and so specific that you have to have the right representation at the table. Otherwise, the history isn't being educated well enough. You know, the elected officials, many of them come from places that don't have relationships with American Indians or tribes. And so we have to have that perspective at the table so that they understand how important that relationship is.
And Mark?
I think the last segment we talked about Jonathan Nez and his bid for the 2nd Congressional District of Arizona. And what's so interesting about that is that used to be the most Native district in the country. And in the last session in the legislature, or in the last session of the Nonpartisan Redistricting Commission that was chaired by a Republican, they made sure that that district was not the most Native district in the country. And it picked up an 8-point swing. It used to be about 50-50, and now it's one where it's an uphill battle. Nez is doing surprisingly well in that. But nonetheless, it's a district that was skewed. And I think that's one of the really important hallmarks of the American political system compared to other countries is that we run what's called first past the post elections, where you can win with a really small number of people, 38-40%. And other countries force you to get to 50%, which is really where you get that representation.
And in the reporter package that we just watched, there was mention that there's a chance for 6 members of Congress. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got, first, I think one that's really significant tonight is Sharice Davids' win, likely win. And what's so important about that is this is the election that kind of cements her. From now on, she will be having it'll be a very uphill battle for somebody to try to take it. And that also was a district that she shouldn't have won in the first place. It was an uphill climb, and she was able to pull it off with a unique coalition. And now she's in a place of real strength going forward. What you might see now, depending on how this shakes out with the whole Congress, is her start to move up into leadership in the Congress. And so she's not just representing her district, but she'll be representing a broader audience. I think another one that's really going to be fascinating is Maripotola in Alaska. This also is a district that is a tough one for her to win. The ranked choice voting helped her get past the first hurdle, but now she's got to win the district on a regular basis to get forward. Unfortunately, one of the things going on in Alaska is the weather was bad in Wales, and 2 communities were not even able to open their voting centers, which was really striking. The other part is they've been moving more and more to self-service post office in Alaska, and that makes it very difficult to get your ballot postmarked in time because they all have to go to either Juneau or Anchorage. And both of those work against Maripotola in representation.
And Michael, can you talk about the Republicans in Congress?
Well, obviously the only Native in the Senate right now is Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's Cherokee. We have Tom Cole out of Oklahoma, and then we have Josh Burkeen Yvette Harrell is running in New Mexico. Tom Cole is absolutely a leader on tribal issues and within the Republican Party. Burkeen is my representative. He's fairly new. He's a Choctaw. He doesn't really run on tribal issues, but he is a tribal member, and he grew up in rural Oklahoma and understands the rural issues that are similar to a lot of natives in Oklahoma. But Tom Cole has looked at the leader when it comes to Native policy on the House and really on the Hill right now. And he really understands the issues that affect tribal nations.
I want to mention something about Yvette Harrell, because I think one of the interesting things with that district is the Democrats did exactly what the Republicans did in Arizona to the Arizona 2nd Congressional District. In her district, they did the same thing. They loaded it up so that it would make it an uphill climb for any Republican. So gerrymandering works on both sides.
And Mark, can you talk a little bit about, we've been talking a lot about the different issues impacting tribal communities across the country and how our members of Congress support, nonpartisan or bipartisan issues rather, when it comes to a lot of these issues.
Well, and you've really seen that in the last couple of years with a caucus that goes across party lines where they've been able to talk about some of these issues. And I think one thing that's really important in that representation discussion is to note, based on population, how underrepresented we are, even with the folks we've elected, that really we should have a delegation of 20 or 30 to match the population. In the Senate, there should be 2 or 3. And we haven't been able to get to those numbers.
And Chris, also in the reporter package, they were talking about the importance of not only having national representation, but even at the local level, even if it's a school board or city government or anything like that.
Yeah, and I think there's some unprecedented amounts of folks that are running for those local elections, which is pretty amazing. They're all over the board. County commissioner, I know there's one friend of mine is even in Minnesota as a county commissioner, Kayla Dunlap. We have so many different local races, and it is important because those local races are making decisions, even if they're surrounding a reservation or surrounding a tribal community. It's pretty important that local decisions are made and in collaboration often with the tribe.
And they mentioned there was more than 200 Native people running for local offices. Mark, anyone to highlight?
Well, it's funny, that list that was started the database, I started it in 2014. And when I first started, I called the National Conference of State Legislators and asked them for who was in office, and they basically gave me 6 people. And I knew there were more than that. And so that's why I started that list, and it's really grown. At first, I remember in 2018, we had more than 100, and so it's now almost 3 times at 22. I think the ones to watch are state legislatures. That's where really a lot of the day-to-day decisions get made that impact people's lives. And Montana is probably the gold standard there because there are a higher percentage of state legislators from Indian country than the population.
I think it's also very important when you talk at the state level, because a lot of times that's where you see the conflict between tribal sovereignty and state sovereignty. And so you need those state legislators who have that background and have that understanding of what exactly it means for a tribe to be sovereign and to be separate from the state. We have a big issue with that in Oklahoma right now with what sovereignty means. The McGirt decision, which came down in 2020, which basically said that many of our largest reservations had not been disestablished, has caused some challenges for us. If we didn't have state legislators who had an understanding of tribal sovereignty and had good relationships, or were tribal members themselves, it would be even harder. And so it is an education aspect of what the tribes do, who the tribes are, and at the state level, it helps us to have those members in place.
And when I was in Anchorage last month talking to people about voting and talking to leaders who've been in leadership for a long time. There are some leaders that I talked to who started when they were teenagers. So what's the importance of starting, one person told me that if you don't like the leadership that you have and listening to older generations, then you should consider running for office. Can you talk about younger generations running for office?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so important, and that was an interesting segment that about that particular person running for mayor, I think, when he was 19. I think that was a tremendous story, and I'd like to see that happen. There's so many opportunities for folks to run. You just have to put your name in the hat. You know, there's a lot of missed opportunities in my district in Arizona for the primary. There was no Democrat person that ran for the primary. So whoever in that district, whoever would have put their name on the ballot would have been already in the general election. So, you know, there is some opportunities out there, and I think it's just giving that voice to the young people to be able to say, hey, I want to put myself out there. A lot of folks start in student government in college. I think that's a great place to start. We see a lot of younger generations looking for tribal councils, so that's another place as well.
Well, thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to checking in with you again. And now we're going to head to Colby in Montana. Colby, how's it going?
Hello again from Great Falls, Montana, where we are at the John Tester Campaign Watch Party. More than 100 people are gathered here at this event, along with media from across the country and across Montana. Vibes are still high. People are mingling. The Associated Press has reported 6% of the vote in Montana, with Tim Sheehy having an early lead, although it is, only a couple thousand votes. There haven't been many counties that have reported that are majority Native American populations, including Glacier County, Roosevelt County, Bighorn County, just to name a few. I spoke briefly a moment ago with Cinda Bird Ironmaker. She's a Native Vote political director for the Montana Democratic Party, who was up in Browning today. She said it was a great turnout, and the inclement weather didn't affect people too much. She had people as old as 72 years old voting for the first time, and as well as first-time voters that had just turned 18. So she was very excited about that, and is nervous and tired, but is excited to see where the night goes. Senator Tester also just addressed the crowd a short time ago. He thanked those in attendance, his family and supporters, and said when he first filed for re-election and knew his opponent, he knew it would be a long night. He's never had an election called before midnight, and so he's locked in for the long haul. But we're following things closely. Vibes are high, and it's going to be a long night here in Montana. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Colby. Now let's go to Jocelyn for updates on Mary Peltola's race.
Hi, so good to hear from you. And yes, Stuart mentioned that there are 4 seats in the U.S. House that if they switch to Democratic seats, that would turn the majority over to the Democrats. And one of those races is with Mary Peltola, who's the incumbent. She's Yupik, and she's running against Nick Begich III. So Mary Peltola described herself as pro-fish, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment, pro-choice, and pro-native self-determination. Nick Begich III is a Republican, and he describes himself as pro-business, pro-tax cuts, anti-immigration, and he supports a nationwide abortion ban. So Peltola was endorsed by the Alaska Federation of Natives and Senator Lisa Murkowski. Begich has been endorsed by former President Donald Trump. And the big issue that came up at AFN has to do with bycatch. That's fish that is not targeted by trawlers who scoop up or entangle salmon while they're harvesting pollock or cod. And meanwhile, on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, the fisheries have been shut down because there are so few fish. So at AFN, the Chalista region, the Yukon-Kuskokwim region delegates stood up, and Mary asked them, "Why are you standing?" And they said, "Fish." And then there was a standing ovation. Well, everybody stood up, and there was a standing ovation for fish. So she's got the support of the Alaska Federation of Natives and the Native community, and but it's supposed to be a very close race. They had $13 million contributed from outside the state to both the campaigns. So it's a hotly contested contest. And and we'll just have to see what happens with that. That's one of the issues that I think is going to go to the November 20 tabulation of ranked choice votes. So two other measures are on the ballot. One has to do with raising the minimum wage to $15 per hour by the year 2027 and mandating sick leave for employees. The other one has to do with doing away with ranked choice voting and open primaries. And I think especially the open primaries issue is probably going to go to ranked choice voting with that tabulation, like I said, happening in November, on November 20th. That's it for me. Talk to you later.
All right, thank you, Jocelyn. And now we're going to go to Holly, who's at Peggy Flanagan's, Peggy Flanagan just gave a speech, and let's hear some updates. Hi, Holly.
Hi, Antonia. It's a crowded room here at the Minnesota DFL party at the Hotel Intercontinental in downtown St. Paul, Minnesota. Incidentally, this property is owned by the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, so it's great to see a state party hold their event here. We just had a full lineup of speakers from every level of elected office in the state of Minnesota, and then capped off by a speech by Lieutenant Governor Flanagan that I think drew everyone from the whole building into this main ballroom. And Lieutenant Governor Flanagan introduced herself in Ojibwe-Mowin, the language of the people of the White Earth Nation, where she's an enrolled citizen. It was really great to hear that in this packed room. It was very well received. She talked about her clan being the Wolf Clan, and that the job of the Wolf Clan is to not leave anyone behind, drawing a really great parallel to how she intends to govern if she begins to serve as governor in the next few days.
And Holly, how has the excitement changed since you've been there?
The crowd here is great. You know, the polls closed here in Minnesota at 8 o'clock, which is when this gathering began. It really is a packed room. Every, I think, state party official is here, the electeds from up and down the ballot. I think everyone is settling in for a long evening. There was early chatter, I think, of possibly some early calls, but looking at all these results roll in and seeing some of the problems that we had in the polls in Arizona and other places, it looks to be a long night, and folks are getting ready to settle in here.
All right, thank you, Holly, for that update. Stay with us. We will be right back.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
We turn to California Assemblyman James Ramos, the first Native American elected to the state legislature.
He's been a strong voice for Indigenous communities and a leader in advocating for Native rights. Let's take a closer look at his work and impact.
In September of 2024, we visited with California State Assembly member James Ramos at Cal State San Bernardino's California Native American Day.
The Whippalayaka, that we would go and get the leaves from them. We have the conference going on where 3rd and 4th graders are coming through Monday through Friday. And on the 27th, California Native American Day, we'll be here on campus singing traditional songs and music from throughout the state of California. I actually graduated out of here. I did my undergraduates here. And when I was going here, we didn't have this program. I actually started it. And we're the first one in our family, the reservation, getting a master's degree at that time. So it helped me get through school. Yeah, so hopefully it helps others.
Ramos currently represents California's 45th district, but his political career started in tribal government, reaching the seat of tribal chairman. He served on the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors before being elected to the State Assembly in 2018, where he continues to push for education regarding California Indian people.
So Assembly Bill 1821, I got into the legislature in 2018, becoming the first California Indian elected. I immediately moved forward on a bill that inserted the word shall. They shall teach about the impact on California's first people. That bill didn't even get a hearing. I had an informational hearing. So I reintroduced another bill the next session, and that bill moved forward. The governor signed that into law, but the language was watered down. It was encouraging districts to teach. It wasn't, the word shall was taken out of that bill. That was signed into law. This cycle around, I moved forward and inserted the word shall in there. Then when they talk about the Spanish, they shall talk about the impact on California's first people. When they talk about the gold rush, they shall talk about it. That bill, because we've been in the legislature a little time now, flew through the Assembly and the Senate, and it's in front of the governor right now for signature.
Ramos believes that Native representation in political landscapes is key to achieving changes for the benefit of tribal communities.
It's really important for Native Americans to be part of the political system. It took me getting into the legislature in 2018, but I was on the County Board of Supervisors here in San Bernardino County, elected in 2012, and then prior to that I was on the Community College Board of Trustees 2005 to 2012. And it's really important because the issues that we're addressing at the state level on missing and murdered Indigenous women, foster care kids, ICWA. ICWA is another bill that's in front of the governor now. That's really important because just like the stereotypes that we're trying to break down here through this educational conference, from our music to who we truly are, there's misconceptions about who Indian people are in the state of California, even in the state legislature, where a lot of legislators think that all tribal people are into some type of gaming, when there's only a handful of people that are successful in gaming, tribes. The majority of our people still live below the poverty level status. And touching the issues of domestic violence, of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and repatriation, making sure the remains of our ancestors come back for proper reburial. That's a voice that once you're in the legislature, you're able to highlight it and escalate the issue. I'm in my 6th year. I have 6 more years and then I'm termed out. We have to encourage others in the state of California to run for office, whether it's at the city council, the school board, the state legislature, or federal Congress, because our voices matter when we're sitting around the table.
From San Bernardino, California, where James Ramos is running against a write-in candidate in today's local elections, I'm Shireen Awad.
We just heard about the impact of James Ramos's work and what it has done to his community as a local assemblyman. Now let's go live to Sahar, who's at a watch party where supporters have gathered to follow the results. Sahar, what are you hearing from the crowd out there as they watch the coverage tonight?
We're going to. It's not every day that we have a former state senator in our presence. Connie, let's introduce you.
Well, hello, Sahar. Thank you for having me. Connie Leyva, the Executive Director of KVCR Public Media and former state senator.
This is fantastic, and we are here at the FNX ICT watch party. Wow, talk to us. in this room, I know that everybody's been glued to their phones watching the polls. Can you tell us which key seats in Congress and state legislatures are critical for Indigenous representation?
Well, we know in the Assembly that having James Ramos in the Assembly is critical. When I served in the Senate and I served with James, Assemblymember Ramos, he was there and he brought the Indigenous issues forward. Without him, we would have never known. So representation is key. Sally Ride once said, if you can't see it, you can't believe it. So when you represent someone and when you are elected and you're Indigenous, then you show other Indigenous people you can do this too. So we have a lot of races here that are going on. I think that one's the most important right now, at least at the state level. We know that we have Peggy Flanagan, who is the Lieutenant Governor in Minnesota, and if Tim Walz becomes our Vice President, she will become the first Indigenous governor of the state, of any state in the United States. So there's some exciting things on the horizon.
Incredibly exciting things. Fun tidbit. Tim Walz, his first teaching job was in Pine Ridge. Pretty exciting.
That is pretty exciting. You know, another reason to love him.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me, and go United States.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Sahar. Levi Rickert is the publisher and editor for Native News Online. He's a citizen of the Prairie Band of Potawatomi Nation and has covered this election from both conventions and along the campaign trail. He joins us from the Kamala Harris Watch Party in Washington, D.C. Levi, how's it going out there?
It is. It's going. I think this is a paper-thin election, and the crowd gets enthusiastic when they call races for her, but it's kind of calm right now.
You know, you are in Washington, D.C., and you and I first met at the Republican National Convention covering in Milwaukee, but you've been all over the campaign trail. Can you describe a little bit about what you've seen on the campaign trail and what you're seeing tonight from all those experiences?
Well, I'm a little concerned about what happened on the Navajo Nation tonight, and the Navajo Nation had to go to court, and the superior judge in Apache County in Arizona did extend voting for 2 hours because they had some machines that were malfunctioning, lack of paper ballots, and I'm just wondering if there's voter suppression going on. And so I've been in contact with the president's office of Navajo Nation. They're very concerned.
Yeah, and we've been tracking that here throughout the night as well. Back to D.C., Levi, can you tell us who are you seeing at the watch party? Who have you recognized out in the party?
You know, it is so tight, and there's so much media here. We were actually among media from Israel, Dominican Republic, Poland, and I'm recognizing commentators from MSNBC, but other than that, I just seen a bunch of, from where we were positioned, college kids from the Howard University.
Okay, and Levi, we're seeing former President Trump take a bunch of states at this time. How is the party reacting to where the results are standing?
Well, I think that they're, concerned. I think they were, earlier today, they were very enthusiastic and thinking that this was winnable, but now they're just real cautious. And one disadvantage I have is when you're at these watch parties, you don't get to find out where the votes are coming in from. And like in Wisconsin, for instance, I'm not sure if the vote from Milwaukee has come in, or in Michigan, my home state, where's Detroit into the mix? And so, even though she could be behind 1 or 2 points, you dump a lot of votes from Milwaukee that would go predominantly Democratic, and it changes the results very quickly. So
okay.
That's the disadvantage I have tonight, Sean.
Got it. Hey, Levi, we're going to have to break here shortly, but just real quickly, have you heard when Vice President Harris will be appearing tonight at the watch party?
We have not. I've gotten some emails from the White House, and that she's still at her home up at the Naval Observatory, so no word yet. So, but we will be here as long as it takes.
Levi, thank you so much for the update there. And to discuss tonight's most important issues that are playing out in the polls tonight, we're joined by our panel, bringing back Paulie Denetclaw, Chris James, and Mike Stopp. Mike, let's start with you. We talked earlier about the blue wall. And I want to kind of get your thoughts on where that's standing at right now in the evening.
So we've talked about a number of different issues tonight that are important to American voters, and not just to Indian country, but to all of us. And we need to take a quick second to talk about some history about how we got to where we are today in American politics. And it goes all the way back to 2020 when we started seeing some differences in the challenge we saw in the 2020 race. We went through 9/11. We get to 2008. 2008 was a pivotal change in American political discourse when we had the housing crisis. And from that came two very important groups. You had the Occupy Wall Street group on the left, and you had the Tea Party group on the right. And those two groups were basically the same side, or different sides of the same coin. What we saw in 2008 was that the big money group and big money people in New York City were being bailed out by the political elites in Washington, D.C., and everyday Americans felt left out. They thought they were going to get a better chance under an Obama administration to deal with that issue. They felt like they were left out from the power brokers and the money people. They didn't really get that. You saw in 2016 the rise of Senator from Vermont, whose name escapes me, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, who won again tonight. But you saw those two guys who are actually seem very different on the issues. But this concept of people being left out of the process, they actually represent that on both extremes. And then in 2016, when you saw Bernie Sanders get pushed out by the establishment candidate, Hillary Clinton, in what many thought was a not very democratic way of doing it, you saw some Bernie people come to the Trump side. And so Trump is kind of that conglomeration of people who feel like they're being pushed out of the system from the elites and from the decision makers. People had a hard time with him when he was in office. They thought they could go back to something the norm with Joe Biden, but we're back to that point again where people feel like the elites are trying to make these decisions and leaving everyday people out. And I think that is the message that the Harris campaign continues to miss. They continue to miss it by engaging in messaging that tries to put Trump in his place and down and not talk about the issues that people care about. They continue to bring over people which you would think would be good for them by bringing over Republicans to her side to speak out, but they're elitist Republicans. They're insider Republicans. They're establishment Republicans. And so we're seeing this kind of pushback from a very grassroots level on both sides of what would consider be the aisle in support of Trump, who's looking like the outsider, which to me is crazy. A billionaire from New York being the outsider is crazy, but that's where we're at. And so we're looking at Pennsylvania right now, where Trump is looking more and more like he's going to win in this blue wall, and it's because a Republican is getting votes in a place we'd never thought, and that's with union members. Union members support Donald Trump because he's a populist, and we never thought we'd be there. But you have to understand how we got here with people feeling like they're being pushed out of the system and out of the decision-making process in Washington and New York and other elitist areas.
Chris, I want to come over here to ask you now, when Vice President Harris took over the ticket, there was substantial momentum. She raised, over $1 billion, gained a significant amount of support. Did she lose sort of that populist view in this rush to the election? Did she become too much of the establishment, as Mike is suggesting?
Well, you got to remember, Donald Trump's been running for 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. I mean, he's been running since he left office. So, I mean, was there enough time for Harris to really get everyone behind her to get the vote? I guess we're seeing, that the blue wall is so important in the 3 key states. Mm-hmm. We're seeing North Carolina looks like is going to go to Trump. So it's very clear that I think Harris has to win the 3 states of Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she loses any one of those states, that means Arizona could be in play, or Georgia. But still, everything's so close to winning, so close right now. It's just tough to see. But I think with North Carolina going to Trump, or that's what a lot of it's looking like. I think that native vote on the Lumbee, which was talked about earlier, mm-hmm. I think that's a big piece in North Carolina.
Paulie, I want to bring this to you because every candidate can say they're outside of the system when in fact they're all part of it. Now, how does that work with voters you talk to people who are just participating in the system, have regular jobs? Do they view any of these candidates as outside of the system?
I think that the way that folks portray themselves, especially online, if you say something enough, people begin to believe you. And I think we see that with Donald Trump. he said it enough times so there are enough people who sort of believe this idea that he is outside the system, when in fact, again, he is a billionaire who has deep connections to all of these political parties, to leaders in these political parties. And so when I talk to especially like tribal leaders, I think that one of the things that I will note is that a lot of the tribal leaders that I've talked to have either supported or endorsed Harris Walz, and believe that having them as the administration, it will be easier to work with them, especially after Harris stated that she would support tribal sovereignty and self-determination.
And I want to bring this to when we were at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and we saw the enthusiasm that tribal representatives had there. Now, of course, these are surrogates, these are members of the party, these are people that are already backing her. But did you notice that enthusiasm sort of wane as we got closer to the election here?
I don't think so. I think it definitely increased, especially as Harris was going out into the community and going out to spaces that she normally doesn't go to. In Arizona, she went 3 different times. She was at Gila River. Also, she did talk to ICT and did an interview last year, which I think also says a lot. And she also sent Tim Walz to Window Rock, Arizona, and he was there. There were counter protesters for Trump, and then there were also pro-Palestinian protesters who were also in the audience who have been very critical of Harris when it comes to what's happening in Gaza. And so you have both of those happening also on the Navajo Nation. And so I think that there has, from my perspective, has been an increase amongst voters or tribal leaders in terms of engagement. And we see that especially in Arizona with Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. And then we also see it with Gila River Governor Stephen Roe Lewis, who have really been enthusiastic. And we also, the apology for Biden, I think, brought another lens and another camera over to Harris Walz. And that happening right before the election, I think, again, was another boost of support that we saw from tribal leaders.
Chris, I want to ask a point here that Paulie brought up and bring up the issue with Gaza. That is a populist ideal that's hit particularly with most left liberal Democrats, people who are also independents. A lot of people really care about that issue, feel as if neither party was quite listening to them. Where Harris came up to come up with a solution and a stance on that, did that ultimately harm her with any electorate?
I think it could have. I think, either way, it's one of those issues that is a sensitive issue for the whole country. You have a lot of folks that are, on either side. So I think it could have hurt her, but I think it's a tough one to really make that call.
Yeah, and I think that it's very clear that Indigenous people care about what's happening in Gaza. A lot of Native voters, a lot of tribal leaders care about what's happening in Gaza. A lot of people, online have called it a genocide and have continuously called out Harris and the Biden administration for their what they see as inaction, what they see as supporting what's happening in Gaza. And so that definitely, for Native voters in particular, I know especially for politically engaged folks who would have gone out and voted for Harris Walz, that was an area where they were very staunchly against it. And so that then impacted their vote.
Mike, there's an argument to be said for some of the electorate that maybe policy is just too much and they don't really care to get too nuanced with policy. And when we talk about the economy in particular, I want to bring it back to that. You made an argument to me off camera that had to do with Harris had a difficult time explaining her economic policy. Is that some of the populist issues that you think Trump might have a better relationship with in relaying that message to his voters or to people who were interested in voting for him that Harris just couldn't quite do?
I do think that's part of it. The other thing is that, quite frankly, the electorate doesn't know Kamala Harris. When she was vice president, she wasn't really anywhere to be seen. She was out doing some speeches and stump speeches, but quite frankly, the Biden administration didn't really have her out in the forefront. But now she is magically, through no electoral action, is the leader for one of the major parties. She had a very high hill to climb to get the voters to know her and who she was. Trump didn't. Trump was already there. And a lot of the issues with Trump has already been worked into the calculus about whether or not he's going to be voted for. And so she needed to define herself in a way instead of trying to define Trump. And I think much of her messaging was defining Trump versus defining herself. One, as I mentioned to you in that off-camera discussion, one of the best decisions they made was to bring in Mark Cuban, who was very good at communicating her economic points. And you saw changes in Nevada where he was deployed in the town halls. If they would have deployed him earlier, you might have seen more of a change and a swing towards the Harris aspect. I also want to talk about foreign policy a little bit in the bigger issue, not just the Native perspective. And you talk about Gaza, you talk about other things. Donald Trump is strangely what I would normally consider the more democratic position when it comes to non-intervention in foreign affairs. He doesn't want to send troops out there. He wanted to bring him back from Afghanistan. I wish that he had in a better way than what we did under Biden. He wants NATO to pay its fair share. He wants to hold back the strong actors, the bad actors like Putin. He is telling people, and I think there's something to be had of it, that he would bring an end to what's going on in Ukraine and in Gaza if he comes in with a peace through strength policy as president of the United States. And I think people see that, people hear that, and it's something they have to take into consideration because, as others have said tonight, that Biden and Harris administration has not done enough, either in Ukraine or in Gaza, to bring this stuff to an end.
You know, that's fascinating. We can bring up Donald Trump's international policies. Wasn't talked about so much during this campaign because, as we saw from his administration, he had a lot of foreign influence as part of his administration, and that's still something I think resonated with voters. But I want to get to this point that we had, that Mike said about the sort of never Trump movement, and Harris just signaling, I am not Trump, at the very beginning. Is that a message Democrats are going to have to move on from?
Well, I think there was always a counterpoint. Every time something happened, Harris would get out in front and say, yeah, you know, she would counter almost, so it was always a defense or saying something that we were totally against whatever Donald Trump says. I will say, though, towards the end, you know, Harris has really been focusing. Her last speech was all about the economy. She really touched base on the economy and really focused on the economy. So I think she did come out very strong towards the end on the economy. I guess we're seeing if it was might have been a little too late.
Well, one of the economic issues that was so present was just the infrastructure investments we saw, but those were not necessarily billed as campaign events. Was that a fault for Democrats to not push that more as a campaign effort and less as a this is what the administration has done?
I think they had some legacy programs that they put out that will be creating jobs. The CHIPS Act was a huge thing. Hundreds of jobs will be created. The infrastructure bill, huge pieces. Those should have came out immediately of like, this is what we're doing, not only this for the country right now, but for legacy development of how many generations of jobs are going to be created from those acts.
Paulie, and real quickly in your coverage on all these investments we saw come out even before the election, how was coverage of those topics when you would go to these types of events?
So for me, I feel like the Biden administration was very clear that they had made these historic investments in Indian country. And I think I have the number here, nearly $46 billion in funding for tribal nations through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, through various other bills that were passed under the Biden administration. But it definitely was pushed as this is what Biden has done. And Biden did campaign for the last, few years. And so that was the big push for Indian country, whereas that wasn't really sort of pushed to Harris.
I have one thing to say.
We actually got to pause here. I apologize.
Legacy programs don't put food on the table. And that's the point that we're missing in all of this messaging.
And we'll get back to more of this. We're going to have to head back to the Results Center with Jordan and Caden for the latest numbers coming in from the Midwest. What can you tell us about the trends so far out there?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. So in the Midwest, we're actually seeing Trump leading in all of the blue wall states. The last we checked, he was leading by about 5 points in Michigan.
He's up in all
and a few
blue
points
states.
in Wisconsin. In Michigan, he has the highest lead out of the blue wall states. We're also looking at Sharice Davids in Kansas. Within the last hour, her race was called. She is the incumbent for Kansas' 3rd Congressional District, and she is the longest-serving Native American woman in Congress. She's also the first openly LGBTQ+ Native American in Congress. New Mexico has also been called for Donald Trump in the last hour, and that brings our tally for the electoral votes to 205 for Kamala Harris and 270 for Donald Trump. Oh, 230, I'm sorry, in that race to 270.
That's great. Hey, Caden, I want to know, do we have any updates with what's going on with Arizona and some of the interference that Navajo voters faced today?
Yeah, so polling just closed in the last hour in those 10 precincts where voting was extended for 2 hours. That came after President of Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation filed a lawsuit against Apache County. And so we're seeing there are about 43,000 registered voters in Apache County, and that county is mostly in Navajo Nation. Those 43 votes, once those start coming in, could tip the race for Jonathan Nez. We're watching that very closely. Jonathan Nez is running for the 2nd district in Arizona against Eli Crane, and he's just trailing behind with little more than 25,000 votes, with 43% of precincts reporting. We are also seeing, Nez has said that while he is going home for the night, he's hopeful that he can win this race, and our numbers are showing that is still very possible.
Okay, well, that's good to hear that former President Nez will be taking the evening and resting. I'm sure many of us might have to take that advice going forward, as we may be here a lot longer than we expected. So appreciate that update. We've discussed key issues and heard insights from across the country, but our coverage is not finished. Stay right here or live stream online at ictnews.org for continued coverage of Native Vote 2024.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
Thanks for joining us. As we continue with Native Vote 2024, I'm Antonia Gonzales.
And I'm Sean Griswold.
It's been a big night for Native voters across the country. This final hour is all about reflecting on the major issues that have defined this election season and looking ahead to what's next.
That's right. And from land and sovereignty rights to health care and representation, Native communities have made their priorities clear. We'll hear from our correspondents on the ground to bring you the latest insights and highlights as the results come in.
And our panel of experts will join us to discuss what these results mean going forward.
So let's kick off this final hour with an update from our results center and see where the numbers stand as we close out this historic night. Jordan.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, hey, actually, before we start, I need to clarify a quick correction. When we last spoke with Caden, we mentioned that Donald Trump had won New Mexico, and I got to give an apology for a correction to my Nuevo Mexicano brothers and sisters. Donald Trump did not win New Mexico. That state has gone to Kamala Harris.
Yes, New Mexico did go to Harris right now in terms of electoral votes, so we're still watching that.
And Jordan, so let's talk about some of the, I guess, what to expect over the next several hours, days, weeks, potentially even months as we get to see where the results are going. Our final hour here, we're not going to be able to follow the rest of it on air, but we will be tracking this. Can you describe sort of what the process is going to be for all of us going forward?
Yeah, no, we are going to be waiting for Wyoming right now. We're still waiting for Alaska as the results come in. And even up in Alaska, we just read that Anchorage Daily News reported that two rural communities, two Alaska Native communities, the polls opened late there due to weather. And so we're still trying to track those updates up in Alaska. But, you know, certification won't happen for even days or like weeks in a lot of states across the country.
And Jordan, I know you and Caden are there to provide us results, but your daily job is to provide as much accurate news as possible. And we've described multiple instances where Native communities have had to face barriers accessing polls. There was Russian interference on the Navajo Nation. What are we going to do as journalists to be able to track and find accountability for some of the potential voter issues that Native people face today?
You know, we're just going to have to get our reporters on the ground and continue just to fact check and to, you know, look at Native NARF, Native Americans Rights Fund, and see what they're doing on the ground, because they have workers who are keeping an eye on the polls. And again, just making sure our reporters are out there across the country.
And that's going to be some important accountability. And I'm glad that the Native American Rights Fund is going to be a source that you can track, because they are a legal watchdog that is taking in some of these issues that people have faced. Are there any other groups that you're going to want to discuss or have conversations with to ensure that Native people can vote safely and securely in future elections?
There's also, you know, a lot of the Native Vote organizations, like up in Montana. You have Western Native Voice in New Mexico. It's the New Mexico Native Vote, Arizona Native Vote as well. So a lot of out west, there's a lot of Native Vote organizations that we can talk to see what's happening on the ground. And even in just the local nonprofit organizations, right? I mean, you have Illuminative, who's like keeping an eye on things, Protect the Sacred as well. I mean, these, and Native Organizers Alliance, right? These are all really grassroots organizers who are talking to Native voters.
You know, we've seen so many of these organizations pop up, and this election cycle was one of the more robust voting outreach we saw for Native people. Can you talk about, and as you mentioned a little bit in your response, but if you could elaborate a little bit more, the advantage of having these organizations in place as we now have to review an election where there were more issues for Native people's access to polls?
Mm-hmm. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I just am curious about knowing that we have these groups now present. They did some robust voter outreach, but now that we're going to have to do a review of various issues that occurred at the polls today, can you talk about the benefit of these organizations already being in place and engaging with communities?
Yeah, a lot of these organizations, I've noticed have been, very heavily doing a lot of cultural organizing. So they're bringing in celebrities or even influencers, micro-influencers, which is really interesting to see, right? We see it in American society where you see like Beyonce, Bad Bunny, becoming politically engaged. But, for Native voters, they have their own celebrities too within their communities. So a lot of, these organizations like Illuminative or Protect the Sacred have been trying to make that bridge to pop culture and art and entertainment and as a way to bring awareness. I mean, on Instagram, I know I was watching Joey Cliff. He's a comedian from Cowlitz, and he was with these other Native people on a panel, just making jokes and trying to, and it was even about voting, but it was about what tribe has the best food and using humor as a way to engage. It has been really interesting to see on social, and Native people love social media.
Jordan, I want to ask you one more question just about this topic. Do you have any advice or anything you'd want to share with anybody who's watching who either had an issue at the polls today or knows a family member or somebody that they're close to who had an issue? What could they do to contact media groups like ICT?
Right now, I mean, you could post if you have any issues, I mean, you can make comments on our Facebook posts. A lot of the email addresses for our ICT digital team is also listed on our About page.
That's good to hear. Jordan, thank you so very much for sharing that. And of course, we're going to be tracking all this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
And now we're going to head up back to Alaska where Jocelyn Estes is. Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing well. How's it going over there?
Well, I'm at a watch party that's being hosted by Mary Peltola, so that explains the music in the background. It's a great evening for everybody. With me is Dan Winkleman. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm the president and CEO at the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation in Bethel, Alaska.
So what was it like voting for you?
Voting was great. I woke up at 7 this morning and went down to the cultural center in Bethel, had no problem voting. I think there was one person in front of me, and it was a good experience.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
All right, so what are some of the issues that you're looking at as you watch the results?
Well, I'm more concerned about equality and fairness in rural Alaska for our voters who are largely Alaska Native. In 2022, during the primary special election, almost 17% of our voters in House District 38 had their votes discounted. And it was because of a requirement for witness signature, and the forms for absentee ballots weren't filled out correctly. And then there were 4 other rural House districts across the state of Alaska in that election that had around 10% of their ballots also discounted for the same reasons. That's one of the reasons why the U.S. Department of Justice monitors the state of Alaska in all of our elections. Largely because they have not been providing translations for our English as a second language speakers for our elders historically. And then, to top it off, this past August, which is really concerning, we had 14 sites across the state of Alaska, all in rural areas that did not open on time, or either they opened late or they didn't open at all. And some of those places didn't even have absentee ballots that showed up timely. And so this is a recurring issue with the state of Alaska, and that's what I'm very concerned about. I want all of our rural voters in the state of Alaska to have the same and equal opportunity to vote as everyone else in urban Alaska does. For the most part, there's no early option for early voting in rural Alaska. What they have is an option to vote in-person absentee. That's not the same. Those votes are counted towards the end. There's also problems with proving who you are because you don't know whether or not you qualify right away for registration because that's done at a later time. And so just having basic fairness where our voters aren't disenfranchised, that's what we need in rural Alaska. We just want the same opportunity as everyone else to vote.
All right. Anything else to add?
I'm just looking forward to all the results. I hope that everyone gets out before, I'm not sure what time it is right now, but I think the polls are closing here in rural Alaska and in urban Alaska here at 8 p.m. or so, and I hope everyone had a chance to vote. And it's really important that we communicate how to vote to our kids. And that's another proponent or something that I'm always advocating for, is taking our little ones with us to the polls like my parents did. My parents always took me to the polls. And I got to go in the voting booth with them. They told me what was going on. They told me who they were voting for. And most importantly, they told me why and why it matters. And I wish every parent and every grandpa and grandma would do that across rural Alaska. It would make a positive change for the future.
Thanks so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
And sending it back to you, Antonia, in the studio.
All right, thank you, Jocelyn. And now we're going to head over to Minnesota and check in with Holly. Hi, Holly.
Hi, Antonia.
Share a little bit about what's going on over there.
Well, our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, just took the stage here at the watch party. It's still going strong here at the Minnesota Watch Party. Since I spoke to you last, they've called the race for our U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar. As I mentioned earlier, that wasn't expected to be a tough race, and she was projected to be the winner. So she just finished her victory speech, and Keith Ellison, who's not on the ballot this cycle, is speaking now and introducing Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and a few of the others whose races have been called. So really, everyone here in the room is very engaged, very excited in Tim Walz's home state as they watch these blue states come in, seeing whether the blue wall holds and whether these Sunbelt states are watching those numbers come in as well. So it's at this hour, I've lost track of time a little bit. I think it's a little bit past 11 here in Minnesota. And as you can tell, it's getting really loud in here as Keith Ellison and Ilhan Omar and the other winners make their victory speeches.
And Holly, we've been talking a lot about Native representation. Can you share a little bit about the Native representation at the watch party you're at?
Yes, I'm happy to see a number of other Natives from around the state of Minnesota here at the watch party. A few of them were in the background a bit ago, but I've seen folks from Mille Lacs, from Red Lake, from White Earth, a few folks from some of the Dakota tribes. So it is a good showing here of the Native community represented at the watch party.
And Holly, how long do you expect that party to, keep going on tonight?
Well, as you can tell by the noise in the room here, there's still a very enthusiastic crowd with Minnesota's own Tim Walz on the ballot. I think everyone's preparing for a late night. Everyone was hoping for an earlier night, but these numbers coming in, I think they've announced that the presidential is not going to be called tonight. So I think we'll watch these come in for a bit longer, and probably these East Coast blue wall states come in, and I suspect this will be taken up tomorrow.
And Holly, what are some of the people there talking about when it comes to, after tonight, what are some of the things that they're going to be looking for not only tomorrow, but the weeks and months ahead?
Well, it's hard to tell one way or the other. All depends on what the results of this election are. And so I think there's obviously a lot of planning for the succession if, in fact, Governor Tim Walz becomes the vice president. And what that succession looks like is according to our Constitution, the lieutenant governor is basically required to take over the position of governor. And then that succession after that, which will cause some ripple effects down the way there as well in terms of taking over the leadership in the legislature, et cetera. So I think the conversation really is, what the future looks like. For Minnesota, what happens tonight is really going to set the stage for, the electoral landscape in Minnesota for a time to come. And I think for Indian country, we are all watching the very bright political future of Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, and a lot depends on what happens tonight.
Thank you for that update, Holly. And now we're going to go to Arizona with Shirley. Morale is low, but describe the feeling in the room, Shirley.
Well, I'm not really sure that morale is low is the way to describe it. However, most people have gone home. We're one of the last holdouts here. There is a lot of enthusiasm still, and there's a little pep talking about the fact that, it's kind of like a pit bull turns red and then there's a blue wave, and that's what they're still hoping for. It is too close to call. And with Apache County not closing the polls until later because of the ballots just weren't there, it will be a long night here in Arizona.
And Shirley, you said that people are wrapping up. How long is that watch party expected to last?
Well, I think there's probably about 20 people left here. And President Nez has left the building. And we know that the votes are still being counted across the state. And it's very close, as you know. The abortion issue that Sean asked me earlier, that's tipping towards abortion rights. And so that's a bright spot for the state and for the rights and freedom of women to choose. So that's looking good. But the Nez and Crane race is too close to call with not all the votes being counted. So we're ready to wrap it up here too.
And Shirley, people you're talking to at the watch party, what are they, hoping to do? Not only look for, not only tomorrow, but in the days and months ahead.
Well, they're hoping to bring back that spirit of nonpartisanship, because in order to advance anything now with this tipping, we are going to have to be making some deals, just like it was in the old days before things got so polarized. There is a lot of hope in the room that things will go towards the blue, but if that doesn't happen, there really is a true spirit of that we have to bring that bipartisan effort back together to get things advanced for Indian country in particular.
All right, Shirley. Well, thank you so much for that update.
Well, thank you, and you're welcome.
Okay, well, now we have a guest joining us now. Go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Rachel Lorenzo. I'm the founder and co-executive director of Indigenous Women Rising.
Great. Well, tell us a little bit about some of the issues that you've been watching.
We've been watching, of course, for abortion ballot measures. We're a reproductive health and sovereignty organization, so of course we're incredibly concerned about Native folks' access to not just abortion care, but health care, especially sexual health. It's a very taboo topic in a lot of our Native communities, so we're looking at how that's playing out on the ballot.
Rachel, we want to ask, we're looking at the presidential race and some of the congressional races, state house races, but this is an issue race, and you're talking about ballot initiatives. Can you just give us your sense of how you're reading tonight when it comes to that issue?
There's no rhyme or reason for how to predict how things will go. Unfortunately, we saw in Florida that the abortion ballot measure failed, and we're really concerned about our Native relatives out there who reach out to us. It looks good for Prop 139 in Arizona, which is a proposition that will ensure abortion access in the Arizona state constitution, and all these states, it could go either way, but we're really looking at how that's going to impact Native access to health care.
Rachel, I'm curious, a lot of the work and organizing you're doing is hostile. In some places, it could even be illegal. Can you describe any examples about what it's like to have to campaign and organize around this issue this year?
It takes a lot of listening, especially listening to folks who don't agree with our stance on abortion or young people having access to sexual health information or condoms. So it takes a lot of listening. It takes a lot of understanding of where people are coming from. And yes, the environment can be very hostile. It can be very dangerous physically and of course legally, but we're ready to take that on because we've seen firsthand how deadly it can be when people don't have access to abortion.
Okay. Do you have any insight into having to confront misogyny either on the campaign trail on your issue but also with any people who you work with who are trying to run for elected positions. Is that an issue that people are facing still?
Yes and no. Some folks really want to avoid that issue altogether, sexual health, because sex in general is something that it can be uncomfortable for us to talk about. And so, you know, if we don't talk about it, there's not enough medically accurate information going around for our communities. And so a lot of the misogyny that comes out, especially within our own communities, is around you know, well, young people shouldn't be having sex, or people should wait until marriage, but that's not the reality, and we're just here to share information with communities, and we really wanted our elected officials and our tribal officials to understand that we're just trying to give out information when we don't always have the access.
And you had mentioned taboos, and a lot of tribal communities across the country, there are issues where they still consider taboo. So how do you approach what you're talking about when it comes to, the issues that are important to your organization?
I'm really proud of the work that we've done over the last decade around being community-led. That means that we talk about the issues when people are ready. We don't force the issue. When people are ready to share their stories, when they're ready to ask for help, then we'll be there. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're so successful across Indian country, is because we understand that there might be taboos, and just because I'm a Native person doesn't necessarily mean I understand the culture of every Native community. And so there's a degree of cultural competency that goes into talking to Native folks about sexual health.
And do you see that it's more openly talked among younger generations? What's the disparity? How do you approach an elder and talk about, these issues compared to how you would approach a young person and talk about the same issue?
Again, it goes back to being community-led. A lot of our communities were intergenerational, and our staff reflects that. And so it helps to have my mother-in-law on staff talking to middle-aged folks and elders about sexual health. And it's really just, can you identify with the person? Can you be respectful and kind and funny? I think Native people were the funniest. And so being able to approach it with some humor as well, I think really helps open up those conversations.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned there was a bit of a stigma to talking about sexual health and sexual education and that topic. Some may be uncomfortable with it, but can you provide any examples about breaking through to somebody and actually engaging with them on this essential health care right that they need?
Yeah, I'll give an example of Pueblo Feast Days. We give out little packages called snag bags, and they have condoms and information about how to use the condom and where to go for help if things take a different turn. And so the real life example I have is young boys gather together, and they make jokes about the snag bags, and then they send one young man to go get a bunch of snag bags for the entire group, and we can see them across our table in their own group distributing those. And I think that's so powerful to see young people trying to have these conversations, because it's right in front of them, and then figuring out together how to talk about it and how to share resources.
Mm-hmm. And organizing on this issue is going to go well past today and tonight.
Absolutely.
So what are you thinking about what's next for your group and for the issue overall in 2025?
We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep talking about it, whether abortion is legal or not. We're going to continue letting folks know that that we're here to help, and we're just going to keep organizing our communities and talking about it.
And when you are talking about these issues, can you expand a little bit? Is it women-led? Is it, you also have men involved? And also, what about the LGBTQ community?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a queer parent myself, it's really important for me to ensure that whatever we're doing, trans folks, non-binary folks, or gender fluid folks know that they can come to us for assistance, and it it goes both ways, right? Like our staff who might be cisgender, heterosexual also learn from our LGBTQ relatives, and we're always making sure that our tribal leaders remember that our queer relatives are sacred and they've always been part of our communities, and we need to include them.
Well, thank you for joining us, Rachel.
Thank you.
All right, and from here we're going to head back to our results center. Let's head over to Jordan. Jordan, what are we hearing now with some of the results tonight?
Yep. Well, Kaden just updated me right now, and North Carolina was called for Trump. That's the latest update. In terms of electoral votes, right now Harris has 210 electoral votes, and Trump has 230. But we do have a New Mexico update. Sharon Kloss did lose her race to Teresa Fernandez for District 3 up in New Mexico. So Teresa Fernandez is an incumbent and will represent about 16 tribal nations of the 22 tribal nations that are located in the state. And for the other congressional race between Yvette Harrell and Gabriel Vasquez in District 2, that is a very tight race, and Vasquez is leading by a slim margin right now.
Jordan, that's great to hear. Can you tell us about any other races that you expect to look at into tonight, and what are you going to look at first thing tomorrow morning?
Oh man, tomorrow morning, I mean, we're still looking in terms of like the presidential race, we're still looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Montana. I mean, Montana, Tester, I mean, a lot of the precincts are slowly trickling in. I mean, that's a huge race for Indian country, as Tester has a pretty good record for Native voters up there. I mean, his experience, and as you heard from Colby earlier at the watch party. But right now, I mean, a lot of the races are getting called for at least congressional races. And again, Jonathan Nez is another one we'll be watching.
On how potentially then, if you can quickly hear how the issues in Navajo or in Arizona on the Navajo Nation might have impacted some of the results we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, I was trying to, talk to Kaden earlier about how Apache County does fall within District 2 with Nez, so we're still waiting for those votes right now.
Jordan, thank you so very much, and we'll be right back.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance. And by viewers like you.
FNX Television is bringing you a new digital app. Stream all your favorite programs live or watch on demand. Whether it's tonight's live election coverage, last week's episode of an FNX original like The Ox or Native Shorts, or content from FNX affiliates like Cheyenne and Arapaho Television, it's your favorite Native content on your time. Best of all, the FNX app is free. Info at fnx.org/app.
Welcome back. What can Native communities expect moving forward? We're joined by our panel, and for our final discussion of the night to address post-election night expectations and what challenges and opportunities this new political landscape presents. Joining me again is Polly Denetclaw, Mike Stopp, and Chris James. Welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Chris, we're in our final hour here and talking post-election. Go ahead and kick us off.
Yeah, so I think whoever wins the White House, there's going to be a lot of policy recommendations that's going to be coming out of Indian country. I think a lot of access to capital and credit is going to be a big piece in enhancing marketplace competitiveness. We talked about tribal tax is so important. I mean, those issues will continue to be on the forefront, and I think both administrations, I urge them to focus on it because Indian country is such a powerhouse.
And Michael?
I'm going to take a different non-policy perspective here, I think, and I'm going to start by saying thank you to Rachel from the last segment for being an advocate, even though she and I don't agree on a lot. I think it's important that we have the right to go out into the marketplace of ideas and present our ideas and do it without fear. And I'm sorry that she's finding places with her organization where she's not being able to do that. I think one of the things we need to do after tonight with this country is have a reset in how we talk to each other. Have a reset in how we talk to each other on social media, in a family. You know, it has been very difficult the last 4 to 8 years with Trump being on the scene, how we talk to each other. And I think we need to take a step back and really think about it. We had 2 assassination attempts on a presidential candidate this year. And a lot of that comes from the language that we use and the way, we treat the other side. You know, just because I disagree with you on a policy stance doesn't mean you're the devil, and doesn't mean I hate you. It means that I see a different path for America. I see a different path for Native America. We need to take these ideas to the marketplace of ideas and discuss them and not get ourselves into the vitriol that we've been in. And that's what I hope to see post-election day, is a coming back to common sense and having good discussions.
And just to add on to that, but isn't it also on the part of the elected official to also watch what they're saying?
I would agree with that. Our elected leaders have a role in that as well.
And I just wanted to say that this has been one of the things that Native voters and folks that I have just reached out to for, I check to see if folks are enrolled in Lumbee, because I'm not sure, and they don't say on Facebook, for example. And so I have, I've had a lot of conversations with folks who are just exhausted by the election, who are exhausted by what's happening, the way that candidates talk to each other, about each other. And it's just become so politicized and so just like 2 sides of the extreme. And the Native folks that I have talked to on the grounds have said that, it is really hard for them, and they would like to see those kinds of conversations go away and have more bipartisanship within their elected officials, especially at the federal level. And those are some of the things that folks have shared with me. And just on a personal note, I also am very exhausted by the election.
And not only that, but the phone calls and the political ads. And so, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I agree with both of my panelists. However, I oftentimes I'm not sure what that path forward is going to look like. And I'm optimistic that maybe this cycle, but I'm also fearful that whoever is in power is still going to have the rhetoric, because folks they're still talking to their group. I mean, they're on our social media feeds, we only see what we want to see. And unfortunately, I fall into the category of like, oh, I don't like that, so I throw it out. And I think that's how we've become as a society. How we change that, I think you're right. I think it's going to be individualistic. We have to do it, but we also have to see those leaders step up and say, hey, I'm willing to be a John McCain and cross the aisle, former Joe Biden cross the aisle. I'm willing to help make decisions on both sides. And I think that's going to be the best for our country.
And for Indian country, I think that's a very big opportunity because we have such bipartisan issues. And I think it's a real opportunity for there to be bipartisanship in the House and the Senate side, and all the way up to the president's office to really be able to show that, both sides can work together.
One of my concerns with the Trump victory tonight, which is the direction I think we're going, is that it's going to re-inflame the questions of 2020. I hope that my friends on the right don't take this as a way of basically validating the thought that 2020 was stolen. That's my fear, and that we're going to continue to have these very ugly and difficult conversations, that we need to find a way to come back and solve the problems that we have and talk about it in a good manner. But I agree with Chris. I don't know how that happens exactly. We're at a place where social media controls so much of how we think and what we do, and we can control who we're talking to and get rid of people. We're also at a place where commercials are getting shorter and shorter. You have to have impact on your commercials. As a person who used to buy and produce political commercials, you got 5-10 seconds to get your point across, and you can really only do that with very powerful language. And it makes that separation so much more difficult to overcome, rather. So.
And Polly, what are you going to be watching out for in DC?
So definitely, I'm going to be looking forward to the inauguration and being able to cover that for the very first time. So I will be in DC for the inauguration. And also the Senate just flipped, and so now it is a Republican controlled. And so watching out for that as well. And what our lone Indigenous Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is doing over there. And Sharice Davids also won her seat and really cementing her leadership in Kansas. And I have heard from folks on the ground that people absolutely love Sharice Davids, and her constituents are very, very fond of her. And so I'll continue to be watching the Indigenous candidates or the Indigenous representatives in Congress. And, one of those being Tom Cole as well, who is the longest serving Indigenous member of the House.
And what about you?
Same thing. I'm going to be making recommendations. I'm going to be working with whoever's in the White House, whichever all the offices through the federal government. Really making sure that our issues in Indian country are front and center. And that folks in Washington, D.C. actually see how powerful we are. I mean, we have a powerful vote already, but continue that power, our businesses, supporting our small businesses, our tribally owned enterprises, and really making sure that our issues are front and center.
And looking ahead, maybe forecasting an administration and cabinet, who would you like to see in the Democratic candidate members?
Oh gosh, there's so many roles, and I think I agree with. I mean, a Native person can be in any position. So I mean, it doesn't have to be the. I hope whichever administration is in, I hope to see more folks from Native communities to be all through the government, not just in Native specific offices, because I think the issues are the issues, it doesn't have to be just the Office of Native American Affairs. So I want to see more of that in whichever administration wins.
And for the Republican side?
Yeah, so obviously the biggest thing that I have is education. It continues to be an education standpoint for elected officials, for members of Congress, for members of the whichever administration, to understand who American Indians are today, what our roles are as tribes, how we got here, what's best for Native people. And I think it's an education thing, regardless of who wins this election, that we have to continue educating how powerful we are, as Chris says, who we are as economic engines in rural America, and what our relationship should be and what sovereignty truly looks like. We're a proud people, and it's very important that we get those messages across so that people understand who the modern American Indian is. I think sometimes that gets lost in a lot of the conversations.
And Polly, reflecting on this election night, what are some of the reflections that you have so far?
So one of the things that has been super exciting is that from 2022 to 2024, there has been a 44% increase in Indigenous candidates. In order to have representative parity for Indigenous people in the United States, we need 17,000 elected officials, and currently we have only been able to track around 300 of them so far. And so continuing to grow that and to watch that grow, I think is very exciting, and to be able to report on that and talking to Indigenous candidates who are running for state, county, federal offices who want to make a difference not only for their communities. And so seeing Indigenous people move into those roles, I think also there isn't a lack of leadership in Indian country. We know that. There are 10,000 tribal leaders and many more who run for office every single election. Navajo Nation, we have dozens of presidential candidates every election cycle. And so there's not a leadership issue in Indian country. It's really about encouraging and seeing Indigenous people know that running for these county and state offices is something that they can do.
And real quick, just a quick reflection of the night from Chris and Michael.
Yeah, it's still going to be a long night. I wouldn't say it's I'm not throwing in the towel yet. I'm still going to be paying attention for the evening. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of the Senate races, especially in Arizona. I'm still looking at Ruben Gallego to hopefully be the winner in there. So I think there's a lot of positive things still going to come out tonight.
I think my reflection is that I'm just excited that ICT does this. I don't feel like we have enough Native-focused media at all. ICT obviously is the leader in that space here in the United States, and having live election coverage is very important because we did focus so much tonight on what was important to Indian country specifically and the Native perspective on elections all across the country. And so my biggest thought is I'm glad that we did this regardless of what happens tonight. I hope we continue to do this and talk about what's important to American Indians and where we are today.
Well, thank you all for joining us tonight, and we look forward to, the future of Indian country and the resilience of our people. And we're going to take one final check in with Sahar. Hi, Sahar. How's it going at the watch party?
Oh. We are so honored to have so many amazing guests. I want to introduce to you Michael.
Marcus, yeah. My name is Marcus Trujillo, and I am the Communications and Media Manager for Indigenous Women Rising.
Thank you so much for chatting with us. I know everyone's been glued to the television, so well, talk to us. Who are some of the emerging Native leaders that we should watch, and what are some of the roles that they might play in shaping the future of Indian country?
Yeah, honestly, I just think of artists and entrepreneurs within our communities, kind of on a lower level on the ground, those who are, kind of creating images, creating messages for the movement to move forward, those who are also involved in local organizations, Indigenous-led organizations. I think we need to look forward to just seeing what they have to bring to the table and moving forward with our communities and the needs that, that we as community members need in our,
It's been really exciting to see a lot of these organizations take Native vote to the next level and really devote themselves to our community and ensuring that our voices are heard. What are your thoughts on the future of Indigenous sovereignty in light of this election?
Yeah, I'd love to focus more on Indigenous reproductive sovereignty, as that's a focus that we are really emphasizing within Indigenous Women Rising, and kind of more as an opposition of not reproductive justice, but reproductive sovereignty, and really understanding that what we choose for our bodies impacts the whole community. And as Indigenous men, we need to lean more on the women, because in our communities, the majority of our community members are women, and understanding that they are carrying on our futures. And I think that for our work carrying forward, that's something that we want to focus on as our tribal and Indigenous communities understand sovereignty a little bit better.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Sahar. And now we're going to go to Holly. We're hearing that Peggy Flanagan was in the room earlier and spoke briefly to the crowd. Hi, Holly. Can you fill us in on what she said?
Yes, absolutely. We're here getting close to the end of the evening, it looks like, here in Minnesota, but Lieutenant Governor Flanagan really, gave an idea of what the accomplishments have been of the Walz Flanagan administration here in Minnesota. I think really, as Tim Walz, as America got to know Tim Walz and his particular approach to politics over the last few months, and all of that us we Minnesotans kind of we're happy to share with everyone, and we see that Lieutenant Governor Flanagan really stepped in the last couple of months as Governor Walz has been on the campaign trail. She always says that the number one job of a second in command is to be ready. And I think she has more than demonstrated that she's ready to lead not only the state of Minnesota, but as one of, I think, the Democratic Party's brightest stars on the national level. So what does that mean for Indian country? What I think we can expect to see is Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, no matter what job she has in 2025, and it looks like we won't know that for a couple of days, that she will continue to play a very high-profile role within the Democratic Party, and certainly within the state of Minnesota, and continue that very, very high-profile representation that she just really brings naturally with her voice and to every stage that she's on.
Well, thank you, Holly. And FNX spoke to Peggy Flanagan earlier this year about the impact of Harris-Walz campaign and her role in that, and here's that conversation.
Amidala Hopa, thank you so much for joining us. I'm here in St. Paul, Minnesota at the Minnesota State Capitol, where I sat down with Peggy Flanagan ahead of a historic next few months. If Governor Tim Walz and Vice President Kamala Harris are successfully elected in November, Peggy Flanagan would become the first Native woman to be the governor of any state in U.S. history. Here's our conversation. I want to talk about the future now. Yeah. If the Democrats win the presidential ticket, you'll make history as the first Native woman to be the governor of any state in U.S. history. That's a mouthful. Tell me what you feel, what reaction you feel when you hear that.
The governor's still the governor, but I think already knowing that as lieutenant governor, right, like I'm the highest ranking Native woman in executive office, and the responsibility that goes along with that, also the beauty of that and being able to serve. I think about when I was growing up that the only leader that I really saw like as a woman was Geraldine Ferraro when she was a vice presidential pick for Walter Mondale in 1984. And now my daughter has all these examples, right? It's like Auntie Deb and Auntie Charisse and Auntie Jamie, who's the chair of the House Judiciary Committee here in Minnesota. And her mom's lieutenant governor, and she's like, right? Like, but like that's amazing because her reality is so different. So I will continue to lead as an Anishinaabe Kwe. That is not a hat that I can take on and off. But I'd be honored and humbled to be able to serve the people of Minnesota in that way and know it's about time for all of us that we had a Native woman as governor. If it's me, that's wonderful. If it's not me, it'll be somebody else very quickly.
I want to talk about Tim Walz. Day one of Harris-Walz administration, do you feel confident that he would be ready to partner with Indian country? Like day one, is that something he's ready to do?
He already does it. And so part of what he said when we first started to work together, he's like, I want Minnesota to be the best state in the country for tribal state relations. And we've created an office, we've passed historic legislation that came out of those partnerships, like Indigenous education for all, the country's first state-based missing and murdered Indigenous relatives office. We codified into law tribal consultation with our state agencies. Every leader in our administration has to go through tribal state relations training. So I think Indian country should be excited that the vice president understands treaty rights, tribal sovereignty, and for Vice President Harris in Arizona to say, We will honor treaty rights and tribal sovereignty. That matters. And I think support in Indian country, I think is evident through what we've been able to do here. And the more time that he spends across Indian country, I've been a surrogate in Native communities for Joe Biden and then, for Kamala Harris. There is no better surrogate than Tim Walz and his ability to speak to these issues. I can't wait.
Well, Lieutenant Governor, I thank you so much for all of the time that you've shared with us, and most importantly, your story. I think so many people will relate to, what you've shared with us. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. It's nice to hear from that. We're going to go to Montana. Colby, things have wrapped up where you are. Why don't you tell us what's going on out there?
Hello again from Great Falls, where we are now back in the lobby of John Tester's watch party and no longer in the ballroom. We got an update from an official that there will be a lot of major counties in Montana, Missoula County, Gallatin County, the large cities like Billings will not be reporting results until all the count is completely finished. And that will likely be late into the night, early tomorrow morning. Like John Tester said earlier, he has grinded out these Senate re-elections time and again. And so he will probably be turning in here pretty soon. As far as the ballot initiatives, the early returns have shown that the two ballot initiatives regarding the election, one creating an open primary and the other that would create a runoff if no candidate had the majority of the won the majority of the election. Those were down, but the right to create an abortion and amend the Montana Constitution was up. Although there's still a lot of counties and votes to come in. So it's going to be a long night for election officials, and then likely a lot of information won't be known until tomorrow morning. Make sure you check out ictnews.org for the latest information for the rest of the week and get the post-election results. Back to you in the studio.
Cool. Thank you so much, Colby. I do want to bring up something here that we're seeing from the Harris campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond. He's told the crowd at Howard University that we're not going to hear from the vice president tonight, but we'll likely hear from her tomorrow. Colby, I'm wondering, has there been any communication from where you are about hearing from the top of the ticket in the Harris campaign? Any talk about anything from there where you are?
Oh, I got to sneeze.
Colby, we're getting late into the night here, and I think a lot of people are starting to take the time off here, as we heard from the Harris camp. They're stopping. We heard Nez take the night off earlier, Antonia, and it sounds like Tester in Montana is also taking the night off. So, Colby, thank you so much for giving us that update here. We're going to go over to now our results center. And hold on 1 second. We're actually going to hear a little bit more here as we before we go there. So. Okay, apologize for that delay there. So we're going to wrap this with Colby, and we're going to go to the final hour. Let's go one last time to the Results Center for a final check-in on tonight's numbers. Jordan, what can you tell us as we wrap up? Caden, nice to see you.
Sorry, it's me joining here. Thank you, Sean. I want to give a quick rundown of some of our numbers across some of our battleground states. We have 81% of the votes in Wisconsin, where Donald Trump leads by about 3.9 percentage points. He leads in Michigan by 6.2 with 53% of the vote. Pennsylvania, he leads by 2.8, and Arizona by 1.8. We've also been watching ballot initiatives in Arizona, particularly Proposition 139, which is an amendment to the Constitution. Currently, there are 1.1 million votes to amend the Constitution to allow for the right to abortion up until fetal viability. That's nearly double the votes for no at this time, but it's still a little early to say one way or another. We've also been looking at the Montana initiative, like Colby mentioned, Initiative 128, also an abortion measure, which would allow for abortion up until fetal viability. Currently, we're only seeing about 17% of the vote coming out of Montana at the moment, but that's something that we will continue to watch throughout the night and into tomorrow. We've also watched some ballot measures in other states. We've got ballot measures in 10 states, from marijuana to abortion across the country. Notably, both of those initiatives failed in Florida, where there was an initiative to allow the legalization of recreational marijuana as well as abortion.
A lot of things we didn't talk about.
And something else that we're seeing, just thinking about, you know, how we're wrapping up this evening, but we've still got a lot of votes that have not been counted. Something that our viewers should know is that in Milwaukee County, actually, there was a delay where 13 machines had to be recounted. There's no suspicion of foul play, but those results are going to take much longer to come in than had been initially expected. So we'll keep watching across the Midwest, as well as some of the Sun Belt states. Currently have 0% of the vote coming out of Nevada. Nevada won't report their votes until 100% of the vote is out. So we will continue to watch for that. Back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Caden. And Sean, this is it. It's almost over. What are some of your reflections from tonight?
So many voices from Indian country out there that have so much to say, and I think that us hitting on the marks of what sovereignty means and what the treaty rights that Native people want to see whatever administration that's going to take over get met. It's prominent, and it's getting larger, it's louder, and it's a prominent voting bloc. And I think from all the voices we heard from all across this country are really reflective of what that means. What about you? What did you see out of tonight? What stuck out?
I think that it's really great that we had, you know, various views and also just different correspondents in different areas, and people. We had our own watch party here at FNX in the studio, and I went out there and just, you know, saw people watching the broadcast and also just, you know, spending time together. And I think one of the reflections also is hearing from the panelists about, you know, coming together after the election and moving forward. And, you know, people are tired of political ads, phone calls, and how do we move forward after the election?
Yeah, I think that's something that really stuck with us, is just how exhausting covering this campaign can be. And a lot of us have been covering this since, you know, the Iowa primaries, the caucuses there. But now we're going to have a few more days, a few more weeks left to figure out what's really going to go down with the results. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. This is my first time hosting this show, and I'm really happy that we got to do it together.
All right, thank you, Sean. And as we wrap up the night, we want to thank you for joining us for Native Vote 2024. It's been a pleasure to cover this election with you.
We'd also like to thank our incredible panelists and correspondents across the country who have provided invaluable insights and updates throughout the night.
And to you, our viewers, thank you for being here with us, for your questions, and for engaging in the issues that matter most to our communities.
This election is only the beginning. As results finalize, we'll keep covering these stories online at ICT and FNX, so stay connected with us.
From all of us here at First Nations Experience FNX Studios in San Bernardino, I'm Antonia Gonzales.
And I'm Sean Griswold. Thank you for joining us, and good night.
Our vote is a hard-fought right. It hasn't always been valued, and we didn't choose the system of government. But our vote creates power in Indian country. It's one way we care for our elders, defend Indigenous women and girls, protect tribal sovereignty, and fight to improve our mental health. More information about voting is available at nativesvote.com. Brought to you by Native Public Media and Native Organizers Alliance, and by viewers like you.